State 510, and that to me is telling me that this may be producing debris, and that it's picked up debris large enough, whether it's large trees, possibility of maybe roofs, things like that. We don't have any reports of damage there yet. Let's see here. Okay. All right, this is Bruce.
Yep.
Take over this for a minute and talk about this. I'm just going to read a couple. Let me read this real first. I want to just comment on this.
Okay.
We're getting reports now that there's damage on the Sunshine Bridge. So we're going to have to go out there east of Donaldsonville, and it looks like emergency management's on their way there, but there may be some damage in Lemonville and also in Convent. And so we're going to let me do a wide view real quick, okay? Because we got to look and see what's going on out there. Let me go back to St. Tammany here. Okay, the good news is in St. Tammany is that we don't see that this storm has re-strengthened.
The debris fields are gone now at this point.
Let me go back. Okay, I don't see any indication of a circulation on there.
Good.
If we go to Barron Button, all of that is coming down. All right. Okay, now let's come in out here to the west real quick. Let's go out to remember, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground that was just to the east of Donaldsonville. This still looks like a very strong tornado.
Small core.
Small core, but just to the north and west of Convent. All right, and there's where it crossed the bridge, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's
the bridge itself.
And they're reporting damage with that. All right, so let's look at the Barron Button here real quick. And Bruce, hold on a minute. Okay. Let's see what we got there. Okay, that's the core that it's showing on that, but it's a pretty small circulation.
Yep.
And it looks like it may be moving a little bit more north of east now. Now I'm going to go back to the one over the city, and Bruce, I'm going to do some analysis on it while you're talking about it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so again, what we're seeing here is more than likely a developing tornado that is moving off to the east-northeast. And we've been watching it. This storm has been pulsing, kind of weakening and pulsing, and now we have indications that we have hail that has been the size of golf ball or greater, many broken windows on cars and vehicles. This storm is moving east now, right along Chef Highway, we would say, right to the east of Gentilly. So Lakefront Airport and Gentilly, you're getting out of it now. Lakeview, you're out of it. But again, as you move eastward toward Venetian Isles, northern areas of St. Bernard Parish, you're going to be on the lookout. This entire pink area is the possibility of hail. So within this storm, on the leading edge of it, we are seeing a ton of hail around the actual core on the eastern side. So what Shelby and David are doing, they're putting in the actual highways so we can really get a close-up shot to let you know what's going on, because with these situations, we want to get micro. We want to get real close to let you know pretty much in your area, not so much neighborhood, but within a couple of miles of the main storm. If you're in this vicinity, you've got to pay attention. Get into, again, that safe area. Get into an interior of your home, inside a bathroom, maybe in a bathtub, in between the walls, and also away from windows. So again, this core is a very dangerous core. Winds up to 55 to 60, if not higher. It is moving to the east toward U.S. Highway 90 along Highway 11, farther north, Venetian Isles. So this, once again, is a very dangerous storm. Chalmette, you look fine. That's going to move north of you. So Chalmette, you're good. Here in the city, we're moving all the rain out. Algiers, you're looking good. The West Bank looking good. This storm is north of you, moving to the northeast. So again, around Venetian Isles, in these areas, seek shelter immediately. Here's the main core of the storm as it moves off to the east and to the northeast. So again, very, very dangerous situation. Let's take that picture now if we can. And this was somebody that said, this is a waterspout, a huge waterspout over Lake Pontchartrain. This was taken from the Mandeville lakefront. And again, you can see it is absolutely over water. So this would be classified as a waterspout. But nevertheless, as waterspouts come on land, depending on the winds and the atmosphere around it, it could certainly take on dynamics of a tornado. So again, this is from a viewer taken from the Mandeville lakefront of a very strong waterspout, and you can see it dipping down from the sky. And again, you can see the spray coming in on the lake surface. So a very, very dangerous situation. And David, we're going to toss it back to you.
All right. Anyway, okay, let's see. So yes, this came in just a couple of minutes ago. This was, as we suspected, a large and damaging tornado on the ground in New Orleans East. This is a confirmed large tornado on the ground in New Orleans East, moving east at 20 miles per hour. We can see now where it is on Viper. Again, it is long and just south of Highway 90. That's good news in that we didn't want it tracking further to the north, but there may be significant damage that has occurred in New Orleans East, particularly along I-10 and south along Chef Mento Highway. So this has been confirmed as a large tornado, and again, it's well, you got where it is, but again, it's sliding to the east and southeast. So that is the good news there. And again, that's something that I'm sure the news department is working on right now to find out what's going on actually in New Orleans East. Let's come out just a little bit here on this and give you people a better idea where it is. Now again, we're going to look at Slidell. I don't think this cell is going to track as far north as Slidell. Again, it's probably going to follow its way out east. But again, Wrigley's, Venetian Isles, and then eventually out into Lake Bourne. That's where it looks like this tornado is going to go. If we get any reports in the newsroom of any kind of damage, definitely please bring it into us here as soon as you can. Okay, I just got a report 30 seconds ago. We have damage near Michoud. We have buildings that have been heavily damaged within the last 4 to 5 minutes near Michoud, again, in New Orleans East. We have another report now of a building collapse at Chef and Crowder. Chef and Crowder, New Orleans East. We have reports of a building collapse there with this tornado. So again, as we showed you on Viper, we saw what appeared to be a debris ball, and I think, Bruce, that unfortunately that analysis was correct, as we're now getting numerous reports of damage in New Orleans East as a result of this tornado. Let's come in wide again. We still have a hook on this tornado, but it looks like it's going over marshy areas now, and it's to the south of Highway 90. That's good, because obviously we go north of 90, and that's where we get into the highly populated areas. It appears to be sliding toward the northern edge of Lake Bourne. But again, if you're in the Venetian Isles, you are in the path of this damaging and confirmed tornado as we speak. Let me see if we have anything else that has come in. That's all I have on the damage on it, at least at this moment. Shelby. Or who's on air over there?
Well, Bruce is. I thought he had ran somewhere, so I was
just checking out the information and the damage that you were saying, David, that we actually have significant damage in parts of Orleans Parish. So again, this storm is not done with yet. It's moving eastward just south of U.S. Highway 90. And again, the warnings just continue to come in. Now we're starting to get more of the damage reports. And unfortunately, those damage reports are now significant, with actual buildings being destroyed, destruction. Also, we have to remember, we're at a time where people are at work. We're at a time where people may be home. So we've only talked about that. Let's hope and pray that we don't have any fatalities or major injuries. Because remember, some of these buildings, it's work time. We're at work today being Tuesday. So that's going to be a situation that we're going to have to look at eventually too. So Venetian Isles, this is that area, a very, very large hail core at about 2 inches. So this is the storm that has been responsible with a confirmed tornado on the ground. Winds down to 58, but remember, this has been pulsing up. At times we've seen up to 55 to 60. At times we've seen even higher. So this is a storm that still is holding its own as it moves eastward, David.
I would just add, we can stay on Bruce over there, but well, okay, when we were looking at that circulation a minute ago, it was really tight and really small. Yep. And so with that fine of a resolution, we might not have been detecting the strongest winds.
Absolutely.
And if we're getting those kind of damage reports, I wouldn't be surprised if we had 100-plus mile-per-hour winds with this tornado in New Orleans East. But we have a widespread core of 58, and at times we were picking up, I think it was 70 or 75 when we looked at that one scan on it.
Exactly.
And this is pretty classic, Bruce. The hook is back here, right, just south of US 90, and look just to the north and east. That's where we have the hail core. So oftentimes with tornadic storms, you look just off in that direction and you have a large hail core, and indeed that's what we have over the Venetian Isles right now as we speak.
Exactly.
Again, the big picture right now, let's go back out, because I do want to go back out here to the river parishes. We got to check on that real quick, because we did get a report now. There are at least one injury near the Sunshine Bridge associated with the confirmed tornado that passed east of Donaldsonville. So we have injuries reported near the Sunshine Bridge. Again, here is the storm, the tornado-warned storm. It's right along the St. James Parish line with Ascension Parish, and it looks like this core may have weakened some, but there's still a circulation with it. I don't have any more information if we have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but this was producing a confirmed tornado within the last 20 or 25 minutes. Again, everybody from Lutcher through Garyville, Reserve, and LaPlace, and anybody in between, you need to be in your safe place, because this could, if it's not producing the tornado now on the ground, it could re-strengthen at any time, and we could have damage anywhere in the river parishes. So that's an imminent tornado threat, again, for the river parishes with that particular tornado warning. The tornado warning has expired for St. Tammany. All clear for St. Tammany right now. We have no warnings in effect for St. Tammany, Washington, or also for Tangipahoa Parish. We have a couple of strong storms, one in central Tangipahoa, just to the east of Amite, and again, what's left of that horrific tornado that approached Madisonville. That's near Madisonville, near Abita Springs, and maybe producing some small hail. So we're looking at the storm in northern St. James, and of course we have the confirmed tornado in New Orleans East that we're watching. And that appears, right now, those are two of our strongest. And you want some more good news? I got to give some good news. That's the end of it. Baton Rouge to Morgan City, that's it. Okay, we need to get these cells through. That means we've got 2 or 3 more hours to get the back end of these cells through. And Mississippi Gulf Coast, you need to be on high tornado alert now. These tornadic storms are getting ready to pass across the Pearl River into South Mississippi and along the Gulf Coast. So you guys need to be ready for your storms. Let's come in again a little bit closer into New Orleans East and see what's happening with that particular storm. I still see a pretty tight circulation on it. It looks like it's coming into the northwest edge there of Lake Bourne. We put our velocities on, and we definitely have a very tight couplet here with this particular storm. Let me come in just a little bit. And when I say the word couplet, that means we have red and green tightly clustered together, meaning the wind's going one way and the wind's going the other, and that's a circulation, and oftentimes that's a tornado. That's why we call this our Viper wind speed and direction analysis. So again, we see possibly a second circulation back behind it, but it looks like this is the main one. That is over the northern edge of Lake Bourne, passing near and just east-southeast of Venetian Isles. So again, if you're west of Interstate 510, the worst is over, and again, we know that there's damage in that area. Hopefully, this is going to continue to fizzle out over the water and across Lake Bourne, and it's not going to come any further north. So it looks like there's kind of good news there. Let's go back out to our main section, and we'll go back out here to the west, because again, here's our next big concern. And our velocity is still indicating a pretty good circulation associated with that. What's going on?
Nothing. I just want to get our Facebook Live feedback up as soon as we can.
Oh, okay. Well, just get on in here and do it, Shelby. I mean, we don't have to look pretty right now. Okay, here's some more information that is coming in from New Orleans East. And Bruce, why don't you talk a little? Let me just read this real quick. More damage in New Orleans East on Chef Highway. Power is out in a large part of the area, and power poles are reported down. Bruce, okay, let's talk about this one out here. Let's go to Bruce Katz.
All right, this is one a little bit farther west toward Lutcher and Garyville. And again, the good news with this one is that we're not really seeing much in the way of any velocity where we're seeing any of the reds and greens. So if we can get back on camera now, may just pop up, there we go. We're really not seeing the reds and greens coming together. So although we're seeing quite a bit of wind in this area, we're really not seeing what we've seen where we see those couplets where they come together, and that shows that tight rotation that may be developing. So again, as everything continues to move eastward, this is going to be a situation around Venetian Isles that we're going to watch very closely. And the one near Garyville, this is the area just north and east of Convent, moving eastward at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So once again, we're going to be watching out for this very, very closely as we continue to move eastward. So, all right, so we're going to go to New Orleans East, and here is some video here coming in. This is, let's see. Oh, we are live, actually, with Rahilio. Rahilio, can you hear me?
I've got you, Bruce.
Okay, Rahilio, what are you seeing now? Tell us what you're looking at.
What we're seeing now, we've got some ominous clouds hanging over the area right now. As you said, we're in Venetian Isles, and we see some flashing lights. The police officer looks straight ahead over there. Now, if you look over here to the right of where we're traveling, you can sort of see some of those hanging clouds. And blue in the background there. The rain is not so it's kind of a light drizzle out here. You see an emergency vehicle passing us up here on our left-hand side. Certainly hope everything's okay with that, but definitely some dark, ominous hanging clouds over the area, a light drizzle. Wind doesn't appear to be very strong out here, Bruce, but definitely an ominous feeling when you're driving in this area.
Absolutely. And also, Rogelio, we're getting some damage reports, some significant damage off of like Chef Highway in those areas too. So again, this is an actual live feed you're seeing now. We have a reporter, Rogelio. He is in the actual vehicle traveling down now. This is again near Chef Highway. This is heading toward the area of Venetian Isles.
If you want to stay with us,
as you can see, we're seeing a lot of dark clouds, and this is the area just to the northeast of Venetian Isles that we're seeing that large area. Now notice the power is seems to be out there. The traffic lights, they're out. We don't have any power. So Rogelio, what are you looking at in terms of power and maybe some of the businesses there?
We're not seeing any power. We've actually passed up a few traffic lights right now without electricity. Treat them as four-way stops, obviously. If you're listening to this, we're heading into the Village de l'Est, and still not seeing any electricity. Still not seeing any electricity in the way of traffic lights or anything out here. Some buildings we passed by right now, gas station, a service station, didn't appear to have any electricity at all. We haven't seen any damage yet or any debris on the roads, but certainly expecting to see areas without electricity at the moment for now. We're heading into Eaton Isles right now. We'll get back to you shortly.
All right, David has one thing to say in a moment, but can we get a map, the Entergy map of the power outages, and maybe we could show that? David, what do you have?
No, let me just hold on, Bruce.
Okay.
I just want to tell Rogelio that there's widespread reports of damage now all along Reed, Crowder, and Chef. So if you guys want to head that direction, that's where we are getting reports of damage. Bruce.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Reed, Crowder, and Chef. So Rogelio, he's going to go over there. And again, we're going to hopefully get our control room to maybe give us a power outage map from Entergy just to kind of get a feel of some of the power outages, because I'm sure within the area of, say, the eastern part of Orleans, around Chef Highway and those areas there, we have numerous red lines showing up with power outages. So here's Venetian Isles. Rogelio was right in this area here. So again, he really wasn't picking up as much. But again, around Venetian Isles, you can see that storm tracking east-northeast. And, you know, David, this thing has really held its own. It really hasn't weakened a whole lot.
And the reason I lapse this right now, Bruce, is this is coming for the Wrigley's. All right, it's definitely coming for the Wrigley's, and I now want to put everybody in Hancock County on alert, basically along the Pearl River from Pearlington, Ansley, along to Lakeshore there, and maybe as far east as Waveland. This tornado, it looks like it may be starting to strengthen, and it may track right along the coast. So we don't have a tornado warning yet for extreme southeastern St. Tammany Parish. Again, if you're well south and east of St. Tammany, you might along Highway 90 there. That's where this tornado may try to track. It may try to come back up along Highway 90 based on this loop that I'm seeing right now.
Well, I'll tell you, David, again, this storm has been persistent. We have reports of heavy damage throughout parts of New Orleans East. We have reports of windows being absolutely blown out of cars and vehicles. So the hail, the wind has been really catastrophic throughout parts of the eastern part of the New Orleans area. So here's U.S. Highway 90. And again, the Viper shear swath, as we see, this is the shear and some of the most damage coming in and the winds in a line. So this, David, again, we normally don't see long live tornadoes like this.
And so, again, let's talk about this for a minute. Again, this is exclusive Viper technology. This is our shear swath. And again, what it is showing is where you see the reds. And remember when we were showing you the tower camera back at I-10 and the Causeway, and we said, hey, there may be a tornado forming there. Well, guess what? Viper detected a strong shear swath there, and then it really got strong just south and east of the Lakefront Airport when we were talking about those 50-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're looking where the damage probably is, it's right in this red area in here. And again, it kind of at the big turn in the interstate there between I-10 and US 90. That's where it is. And now you can see it's tracking toward Venetian Isles and again to the north and east. North of Interstate 10, except back toward Pontchartrain Park and the Lakefront Airport, further to the north, it looks like maybe lower damage potential, but this kind of gives us a viewpoint of what's been happening for the last few minutes. And again, we still have a strong hook showing up with this storm over the Venetian Isles. And again, as I was saying, well, we're putting everybody on alert from the Wrigley's, and then also we want to start thinking about the Mississippi Gulf Coast as this continues to move off to the east and also the northeast. All right, let's reset here with the big view, and we need to come back out to the west And look at this. I'm also monitoring, we are monitoring storms in Washington, and again, that northern St. Tammany one, but right now, it doesn't appear that those are a problem. But this is a problem, and Bruce, we're going to take a closer look at this storm. There is more of a hook on this, so, all right, I'm getting a little more concerned. Nikandra, if you get, this is a new warning for the river parishes? That was all right, so that is, okay, let's see here. All right, so that is, all right, so that's, but let's talk about this for a minute in the river parishes. And Nikandra, if you could find me the latest warning for the river parishes and get a text of that, I want to look. Right now, this circulation is strengthening, all right? So it's north of the populated areas in the river parishes. It's just north of Lutcher and Garyville, but not by much. And so, as I said before, everybody needs to be ready from Garyville to LaPlace across St. James and St. John. We're going to watch St. Charles depending on the track of this, but right now St. James and St. John, you need to be on the lookout with this strengthening tornado. We're hoping it stays a little further to the north, but again, it's right along the interstate there, along I-10. That appears to be where the strongest part of this circulation is. Let's go to our bear button, and again, that's where there's potentially maybe some hail or wind. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so that tends to be, okay, wow. All right, we just got the new scan. All right, this is definitely, this is concern. You see this, Bruce?
That's been the trend all morning long, David.
Yeah,
these things have pulsed.
and this is really coming up. So this was definitely producing a tornado earlier. The latest scan from Viper is getting stronger. And again, this is right on I-10. It looks like that is where there's this possible tornado showing up in portions of St. James Parish. Let's do a quick analysis on the Barron button here and see what we're picking up. Yes, the winds have increased to at least 70 miles per hour. And again, if we do have a confirmed tornado with this, it might even be a little bit stronger than that. Let's see. We've got, okay, this is for East Baton Rouge. And this was the last one that we had from them. That was at 11:27. All right, so this warning is until noon. So we're probably going to get an update on the River Parish tornado warning, but it's until noon. The circulation is definitely strengthening. It's along Interstate 10, and there was a confirmed tornado earlier moving east at 40. So right now I'm assuming there still is a tornado with this, and I don't like the fact that it's tracking along the interstate. This isn't good. No. Bruce, I'm going to do some analysis on the storm for you. Let's go over to Bruce at the wall, and we'll come in a little bit closer. All
right, so again, remember the LaPlace tornado that hit, last year? So it was right along I-10. Remember, it skipped along I-10. So here are winds of 70. Here's Garyville, Reserve, LaPlace. So this is kind of traveling in tandem right along the northern end of the interstate. So again, not good news, because at least on the northern end, we have more woods area than we have in Garyville and LaPlace and Reserve, where we have all those homes that we see as you head over to Baton Rouge on I-10. So this is a very dangerous storm, and this has been the history all morning long. These storms have been kind of dying down, pulsing up and dying down, but it seems as though within the vicinity of basically east of Baton Rouge, heading into areas of New Orleans east, we have a hot pocket coming in where we have kind of an unstable air mass, and that unstable air mass has been really pivoting these storms into tornadic development. So you can see, here's some of the Venetian Isle, some of the rotation that we have there. We're going to be watching it very closely. Let's go to some video now, if we can go to some video. This is, look at this, guys. This is a tornado on the ground. This is around Reed Boulevard, and as you can see, it's a large tornado. We, again, look at this, David, if you can. Look up at the monitor. We do not see tornadoes this large in southeast Louisiana. This is off of Reed Boulevard.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a tornado that came down. You can see the transformers. Wow. And again, these are extremely large tornadoes for this far south. And again, I just can't reiterate enough that the fact these have been long track tornadoes and as large and as strong as they've been, it is very, very rare to get these this far south. So again, this is a very large tornado. This was more than likely the one that we have a lot of damage reported in terms of buildings collapsing, buildings being blown down, and hopefully we've had no reports yet of any fatalities or injury. Let's hope and pray that that is not the case. But again, as you can see, that is a huge tornado, and that is happening right here in the city. David?
Okay, this has, if it hasn't been on the ground the whole time, it's on the ground again. We have a large destructive tornado just north of Garyville. It is heading directly for Interstate 55. It's going to cross the interstate within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, It's going to be very near the I-55, I-10 split. It may stay just north of I-10. It looks like the strongest part of the circulation. Let me slide this over so you guys can see better. This is where I'm talking about right in here. Confirmed large damaging tornado just north of I-10. Now it's just about north of Reserve. The circulation is very near or over I-10. It appears to be just north of there, and it's going to cross Interstate 55 near for near. That's going to be in the next 10 or 15 minutes. And again, this is, I guess, is it a new tornado warning they put out?
It looks like a new one.
Yeah, that may be a new one that they put out.
As of 11:45.
Okay. Yeah, and we're getting more reports out west around the Sunshine Bridge of more property damage out there. So, of course, we'll be covering that later on. But again, this is the biggest threat right now is this confirmed tornado north of Reserve, just along and north of I-10, moving directly toward Interstate 55. Now, let's come out. Shelby was talking about this one north of Denton Springs. All right, that's going to be a marine warning. Don't be out on the water. We all know that. This is a little bit out of our area, but just for situational awareness that we've got, is it a confirmed tornado yet, or is radar indicated?
Radar indicated.
Okay, radar indicated. Again, that's coming northeast of Baton Rouge. We're going to have to keep an eye on it because heads up Tangipahoa Parish. If you're in central and southern Tangipahoa, another tornado threat could be looming in the next 45 minutes if this storm holds together. The next 30 to 45 minutes, that storm could be to Tangipahoa Parish. It's just now crossing into St. Helena Parish, but we want everybody to be aware that storm is out there also. The storm that's in Orleans Parish, again, we have our Viper wind speed and direction up. Again, that one, again, still has a pretty tight circulation, but they've allowed the warning to expire for Orleans Parish. We don't have any new warnings on it right now, but again, extreme southeastern St. Tammany and southwest Hancock County, we may have to have a new tornado warning issued. This is right on the water, but it could get very close to moving on land. Right now, I think they just have marine warnings for that particular area.
And just looking back toward that one just north of Baton Rouge, north of the Denham Springs area, yes. David, we did see, this is the third tornado warned storm that is tracked from just north of Baton Rouge through Tangi and then into through St. Helena, Tangi, and then into Washington Parish. So not only have these areas been seeing multiple tornado threats, they've seen multiple hail threats, as well as some very heavy rainfall kind of moving over similar areas over and over again. Right now, no flash flood warnings or anything like that in effect, but it is worth noting that there could be some ponding on roadways or in yards due to heavy rain as well. Yeah, I mean, I think the important point to make, and Shelby kind of headed in that direction with what she was saying, is that just because you've had one tornado threat does not mean you can not have multiple tornado threats. And so that's why I'm telling everybody in Tangipahoa Parish, this is the next storm in line. There's the tornado now moving into northern St. John. And again, we're watching Hancock and far southeastern St. Tammany Parish there. We also do have, this is much to what you're talking about, the rain is getting pretty persistent there in Washington Parish. They've been getting stormed on quite a bit. Yeah, as well as Pearl River County. They've gotten several rounds of heavy rain since earlier this morning when we've been tracking these storms. Okay, here is the very latest again. And again, we're looking at, I'm lapsing this, but I want to stop it so you can see exactly what's happening. The circulation on Viper is continuing to tighten with this storm. It appears we have a strengthening tornado near or over Interstate 10, close to Reserve, approaching Laplace. So we have the possibility of a tornado. This is a confirmed tornado crossing Interstate 55 and I-10 within the next 10 minutes or so. So this is a tornado emergency for the Laplace area and anybody that lives within 10 or 15 miles of I-55 and also Interstate 10 as this storm continues to move to the east and the southeast.
All right. The history of these, David, have been incredible. We have Rogelio Mares at Chef and Bullard, some significant damage. Let's go to that real quick while we reset the radar and see what's going on. But Rogelio, if you're there with us, tell us what you're seeing now. We understand that you're on Chef near Bullard, and I understand that you have a lot of damage. Is that right?
See behind me here, an entire tower at this concrete plant just completely knocked over. Lots of rail damage, and you see a lot of debris here collected along the fence line. And behind me here, we're going to show you the extent of the damage on the streets here. You can see broken windows on cars, a traffic light here in the middle of the street here on Chef and Bullard right here at the intersection. We just saw an ambulance leave the area, and over there you can see down power lines. And crews are obviously working to get that fixed, but certainly some significant damage here. We're seeing some of the power lines, the power poles broken, cut in half, and as we said, damage to this seems to be like a residence. We saw an ambulance just leave from that area a while ago, but you see metal wrapped around the telephone pole there, and this electricity pole, this higher one, kind of bent there. You can see the clouds still circulating behind that. Very, very scary scene out here. Lots of damage, significant damage to a widespread area. In front of me, look at the power of this storm. The strength of the winds knocked this traffic light off the power lines here just above the intersection at Bullard and Chef Mento here in New Orleans East. Lots of significant damage. It's certainly going to be a while before they clean a lot of this up. You can see there power lines, the telephone poles just snapped in half like twigs. It's cliche, but you hear it all the time. Strong winds, definitely a strong system passed through here. Evidence of it right there. Over here we could see a traffic light stuck on the fence of what is this concrete industrial area here. Lots of debris pushed against the fences as well, but we're getting our first eye at this. A lot of cars that were parked on the side of the road have broken windows. You can only imagine the strength of the storm and that came through this area. We certainly hope everyone out here is okay, but we're just touching the surface of what happened out here. You can see emergency vehicles are on the scene, closing off the area. They're actually diverting traffic off Chef Mento onto Bullard here. So if you're driving in this area, you're going to want to expect some delay as police and emergency crews divert traffic off Chef Mento onto Bullard out here. Significant damage. We're seeing it right in front of us. As we said, I mean, you look at something like this on the ground, a traffic light on the floor here. You can only imagine what the strength of the storm that was able to knock this off the power lines here in New Orleans East, guys.
All right, Rogelio, thank you very much. Again, that was Rogelio Mares. He was live out at New Orleans East, and that was just a snapshot of the damage because we have reports of damage throughout most areas of New Orleans East, where we have, even at Michoud, quite a bit of damage. Even on the North Shore, we have quite a bit of damage. So we've got our Fox 8 crew and our teams all over the area covering this situation. So right now, the storm that we're most concerned about now is getting ready to move in toward the Wrigley's. Now, this is a definite tornado that we've seen that's been traveling in eastern New Orleans, now moving to the northeast. And you can see, if you live around areas of Waveland and also Ainsley, Pearlington, you're going to be just to the north of it. This is going to be a storm that's going to be moving in to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So as you can see, it may be just along the coastal areas now. You can actually see the outline of the beaches along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But nevertheless, this storm is tracking, it seems, right along the beaches, right along areas from Biloxi over to Pascagoula. So if you're in these areas, once again, you're under a tornado warning. You need to get into a safe area now, anywhere within the center part of your home, away from windows. And David, you guys, when we were doing that update, do you have any more information for us?
Not right now, but I think you were on the right track with this storm of the Wrigley's. There's probably some small hail showing up
Absolutely.
there. Okay, so this is, in fact, all right, guys, let's come back over here. Let me reset this real quick. We have a new tornado warning that is in effect for St. John. And again, this is for the potential tornado across Interstate 55. Again, we're going to get more on that tornado warning in just a second, but this is a new tornado warning that has been issued for this circulation. Now, the good news is that this circulation is still showing up north of Reserve and LaPlace. The bad news is it was tracking close to Interstate 10. I have not heard any confirmation of damage along the interstate or anything that's maybe happened with automobiles, but it was very close to there, and it's going to be crossing Interstate 55. It looks like in the next 5 minutes, according to our Viper analysis, that is putting it across Interstate 55 in the next 5 minutes or so, as everything continues to move to the east at about 23 miles per hour. Again, that is the wide view on that. Let's go to our bear button. And again, that is still indicating a strong core with this storm. It's indicating strong winds and also the possibility of hail. You can see greater than 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this tornado tracking near or north of I-10. It's going to cross very close to the I-10, I-55 split. We have a tornado warning currently in effect for that entire area. So that's our main warning that we have for that tornado crossing Interstate 55. No warnings for the North Shore right now. We have no warnings for south of the lake outside of St. John Parish. And again, let's go back over to our radar data. And let me see here. I might need a little help over here from Shelby to see. I don't know. I've lost my little control thing over there. But at any rate, see if you can pull that back up.
There you go. It's up there now.
Okay, great. See, I knew she would be able to do that. But again, we're looking good in all areas. We're going to watch that storm near the Wrigley's as it moves to the east and the southeast. It's going to be right along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Again, possible tornado crossing Interstate 55 and another storm in northern Livingston Parish. Okay, and for some reason, we're not getting them out on emergency management chat, and we're not getting the text. So I'm not quite
printed.
Okay, but we're not getting the detailed. So let's. No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not. So that may be a Weather Service issue.
All right.
Okay.
Maybe that's.
Okay. So then, all right.
But that
so
storm is heading right toward Tangi.
That's right. So, and we got to figure out why this isn't coming up on that. All right. Sorry, folks, for all the inside baseball talk here, but we're trying to get a handle on all our data that's coming at the current time. We're not indicating it yet on Viper, but apparently we have a new tornado warning that's going to be in effect for 1241. That's going to be for Tangipahoa Parish. Remember, I told you a few minutes ago that this storm, it's just now tracking into northwestern Livingston Parish, but that it's going to be in Tangipahoa within the next half hour, and indeed that's the case. So that's why we're extending the tornado warning a little bit further to the east. And as soon as I get details on it, okay, here is some details on it looks like it was just a communication issue. Let's first talk about St. John the Parish. A confirmed tornado is still on the ground just north of Laplace. Emergency management is confirming a tornado on the ground just north of Laplace. So as we were saying, there's no change there to what we were mentioning before. And again, this storm may actually be strengthening, all right? So we had just a temporary delay there in the data we were getting in. Let's come back in here on Viper and get a little closer analysis. So again, the worst of this storm, again, is right north of Interstate 10. Okay, so there's Interstate 10, you see, right there. And again, the worst of the storm is tracking along and just north of the interstate. It's going to pass near Fernier and just south of Ruddock.
Okay, what we're going to do is here, David, we're going to reset now. Yeah. You're going to be watching Fox 8 News at noon. We're going to come back in 1 second. We'll be back here. Fox 8 News at noon starts in seconds.
Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Reyes.
And I'm John Snell. Let's go to the very latest now, including the latest in a string of very unusual tornadoes, the one in St. John Parish in the Laplace area that David was mentioning. Here's a confirmed tornado in Orleans at a Waffle House that was shot earlier today. Tornado damage confirmed near Chef and Crowder. There is damage in the Michoud area. A confirmed tornado upriver near the Sunshine Bridge. A tornado that witnesses saw a number of them in the Madisonville area, and at least one waterspout on Lake Pontchartrain this afternoon in about the last 45 minutes. A very unusual day with a number of tornadoes, and a couple of them, it seems, causing damage. That is a quite powerful tornado, Liz, by South Louisiana standards.
Yeah, if you take a closer look there, you can see the formation of it, and this is just massive, the sort of thing you would see in a movie, but it's happening here right in our backyard in New Orleans East. A destructive, severe weather day there at Chef and Crowder. We learned of at least one building collapse, widespread damage there as well. Power-wise, we're being told at least 10,000 people with no power. Rogelia Mares is live in New Orleans East, keeping a close watch on all of this.
But in the meantime, let's go over to our weather folks, David Bernard and Bruce Katz.
Okay, guys, we got a lot going on right now. New tornado warnings in effect for the entire South Shore, Orleans, Jefferson, Upper Plaquemines, St. Bernard until 12:45. So we just got that, but we don't have the details on it. And I'm trying to figure out, they're having some communication issues with the National Weather Service, but I have the brief statement here on this tornado warning. It may be because of this storm developing over St. Charles Parish, but we also have the confirmed tornado north of Applause. So we may have two situations ongoing right now. A possible developing storm that they feel might have a tornado over St. Charles Parish. I'm not sure why I would include Upper Plaquemines, but that's what we're seeing right now. And then we also have the tornado warned storm that is over St. John Parish. So we've got two situations going on. Until we get some more details from the Weather Service, we are going to say that Orleans, Jefferson, St. Bernard, Upper Plaquemines, and St. Charles is under a new tornado warning until 12:45, and believe it's for this storm. This is rapidly developing storm over the metro area, and this, they feel, has the potential that it could produce a tornado. And again, if we put the track on this storm, you can kind of get an idea. There are the arrival times. The next 5 minutes in River Ridge, and then Harahan, and then beyond that, it'll be crossing, it looks like, into parts of Orleans Parish, at least based on that particular track. And already we are starting to see a hook developing on this. So this is a rapidly developing situation with a new tornado possibly forming on the West Bank. It looks like that circulation is just southwest of Avondale, and so this is going to be coming directly for Avondale, West Wego, Bridge City, Harahan, passing maybe just south and east of River Ridge and also of the airport, and then you can see the tail end of that storm back toward Destrehan and Luling. Okay, but this is the part of the storm we're concerned about. This could be a hail core developing. Lightning is beginning to increase in this area south of Avondale. So again, if you're on the West Bank between Avondale and West Wego, if you're on the East Bank from Harahan to Bridge City and then into Orleans Parish, all of Orleans Parish, there is the possibility of a tornado tracking through this area within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Let's go to the Barron button and see if we see any indication yet. We don't have any indication of strong winds yet, but it does to me look like we have a circulation trying to develop. And in fact, somewhere in here is, it looks like on was that Lake Salvador, on the northern edge of that, may be where that tornado is trying to develop. So again, Avondale, West Wego, Marrero, the Carrollton, Uptown area, Bridge City, and Harahan have the potential for seeing this developing tornado. Let's take a wide view here and go back out. And again, we want to take a look at Interstate 55 because that's where we have the confirmed tornado. That has now crossed Interstate 55. That circulation has weakened and is now over western Lake Pontchartrain. So that's good news there. That situation appears to be somewhat under control. But again, now, Bruce, we want to focus in on the metropolitan area. Well, let me just...
Sure, go ahead.
Real quick, let me just, we're trying to juggle here. Tornado warning now for Hammond to Amite. All right, so we got to focus on that. And again, there's the circulation, all right, just north of Livingston. That's a tornado developing, if not a confirmed one already. Let's see here. What is this one, Nakandra? Okay, this is the Tangipahoa. So let me just read this on the Tangipahoa storm. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northeast of Watson, 12 miles northeast of Denham Springs. Is moving east at 35. So this is a radar-indicated tornado, but the circulation is increasing. If you live along Interstate 55 in Tangipahoa, you need to take tornado precautions from Amite all the way to Ponchatoula and Hammond. So this is a second tornado alert for central and southern Tangipahoa Parish. Again, this tornado warning is going to be until 12:30. That's that one. Now we're going to go back into the city and take a look at the circulation that is developing south of the lake. There's that circulation in western Lake Pontchartrain. All right, Bruce. Here's the storm now over the city, all right, and you can kind of see where I'm concerned about that couplet. So let's go over to Bruce Katz right now, and I'm going to run you through some Barron buttons and some velocity and see what we're picking up.
All right, teamwork here. Let's show you what's going on now. Here's the main circulation that we're looking at for the possibility of a developing tornado. And again, when they put this out about 10 minutes ago, we were kind of looking at the radar saying, I really don't see a whole lot. But over the last couple of hours, the trend has been once we start seeing these little cores developing, they get big very quickly. As a result, they immediately put out a tornado warning that's in effect now. It does not include Kenner or western Metairie. It's more so of the West Bank, Avondale, to Marrero, to Harvey. If you live in these areas here, this storm is moving northeast. In fact, it has now grown quite a bit. The last time David showed you just about 5 minutes ago, we didn't nearly have the core that's developing, and now within 5 minutes we actually do. So here are the winds now. They are now gradually ramping up to about 60 miles per hour. All these areas indicate hail. Notice the hail core at about 1.5 inches. So that has been the trend all morning and early afternoon long, where these storms, as they develop, here's the actual watch area. As they develop, we've been seeing these develop way into the atmosphere, develop a lot of hail, and then, of course, we had the rotation for continuing to move in. So here we have a very dangerous storm. If you live on the West Bank from Avondale over to West Wego, Harvey, Marrero, Gretna, very dangerous situation. It is all moving your way, so indeed pay attention to that. In the city itself, we're going to be watching, maybe coming in areas crossing over the river, possibly by Audubon Park, coming into say Garden District area over Carrollton, and then moving eastward. So this is going to be a storm we're going to be watching very, very closely for the city itself, not only the West Bank, but for the city from the Garden District heading in to the uptown area over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So I understand we have a live shot coming in. Who's that live shot from? Okay, Meg Gatto is live in Metairie. Meg, what do you have over there in Metairie?
All right, Bruce, right now we are on St. George Avenue near Cross Street, where a telephone pole has snapped in half. People who were out here told me that it sounded like a roar. They believe that this was a tornado that tore through this area. Check out the telephone pole. The top half of it is dangling, being held up by the power lines here. Obviously, as you can see, energy is here in the process of trying to turn off the power to this area. The top portion of the pole is also still smoking. I know it's difficult to see as the rain picks up here right now, but the top portion of the pole is smoking. It's been snapped in half. Now, just a few minutes ago, I spoke to a member of the Jefferson Parish EOC who arrived here to the scene. He told me he has spoken to the National Weather Service. They believe that it is likely that this was a tornado that perhaps began near the Jefferson Parish government building, the Yenny building in Elmwood, and behind there, between there and the movie theater, made its way over here to St. George Avenue and continued on. You can see that there's a tree, some tree limbs on the side of St. George Avenue here. This street is shut down right now to traffic. I can also tell you I can see a home in the distance with an awning, a metal awning that's been completely pushed in by the force of the winds. Again, people here on the scene say they heard this. It sounded like a loud roar. There are several businesses over here to my left that the employees tell me that the foundations actually shook, and you can see that part of the roof of this one building here has blown up. So they're going to have to take a look at that damage. Again, the folks here on the scene in Metairie believe that this was a tornado. At this point, Entergy on the scene trying to fix this power pole that has been snapped in half with the power lines dangling. That's the very latest from here in Metairie. Meg Gatto, Fox 8 News. John and Liz will send it back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Meg. Let's check out now the damage in the east, the destruction after a tornado touchdown there. A viewer has got some live pictures that we can give you some perspective of what's happening here. This is Chef Mento Highway. It looks like a destroyed gas station there.
Yeah, this is a Facebook Live video happening right now along the Chef area in the east, where obviously this gas station. I don't know what structural damage there is to the building. These awnings obviously don't have a lot to them, and they frequently will go. This could be straight line winds, but in that area we showed you earlier, there was a rather significant large tornado by South Louisiana standards, certainly, that rolled through that area. There are reports of damage to house. We don't have anything on injuries at this point, but as Bruce has pointed out, people are in their homes, in their, at their workplaces. Lots of people out and about today. We don't get a lot of these kinds of situations. So the main thing to remember here, when Bruce and when David talk to you about, finding a safe place, we don't have basements generally in South Louisiana, obviously. So you want to go to an interior room that is insulated basically from the rest of your house. Don't go standing at your bay window in front as a spectator. That's how people get hurt. So an update now from David.
Okay, guys, we want to keep you informed. Again, this is a possible tornado on the West Bank. This is an ongoing situation. The tornado warning until 12:30. Maybe a hail core developing out ahead of it right along the river near Marrero. And again, that's where the strongest winds are right now, just south of Avondale. So if we have a tornado developing or one that's already existing, that's likely where the worst of that storm is at the current time. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our velocity. And I want to put that up here too. Again, all right, so it's just now shifting a little further east. So if there is a tornado, it's not particularly strong signature, but that could change quickly. It's between Avondale and Marrero, and again, just now beginning to cross over the river into Orleans Parish. That's going to be coming into the Carrollton and the Riverbend area, and it looks like there actually may be some stronger winds trying to develop with that storm for that ongoing tornado warning. We did also get reports now, this is brand new in the last 2 minutes, of walls that collapsed at the National Finance Center. This is due to the large tornado in New Orleans East. Also damage at a movie studio and warehouse, all at the Michoud Assembly Facility campus. So, and that's where Rogelio is at the current time. But that's just concerning some of the damage that we have right now. Bruce, I'm going to come in here a little bit tighter now, and we can talk about some of these neighborhoods that are being affected. Let's go over to Bruce.
That's right. We have the ability to kind of come in pretty close and show you what's going on. And again, the main system here right near Westwego, and it's moving basically right over the river now, approaching, say, the Carrollton area, right over near the Audubon Zoo, and then eventually into the downtown area, possibly in the city. So again, with the city itself, here's Fox 8. This is around Mid-City. Here's right where the Superdome would be, and this storm is heading basically right into the heart of the downtown area. So what we're seeing is, if not a tornado on the ground, possibly developing tornado with a lot of hail, as well as we're seeing a lot of gusty winds. So here's even Chapatoulas. We have the ability, David can go in and actually put streets within these areas to show you what we're looking at. Now, Chapatoulas heading into areas right, say around Magazine Street. This is going to be the situation that we're going to be watching very closely as the core is now southwest, south and east of Carrollton, moving in, crossing over the river, getting ready to move in toward the Audubon Zoo area, toward Magazine. Here's Chapatoulas, here's Harvey, here's Marrero. So right along the West Bank, here's the Mississippi River, here's Fox 8. So once again, as the river winds around, it is getting ready to cross over the river. But this is the real core that we're looking at. And David, go in, can we do a little Barron button and just kind of see what the winds are doing once again? Because at this point, it looks as though this feature may be getting a little bit stronger. But winds at least of 70 miles per hour, more than likely seeing hail up to 1.5 inches to maybe 2-inch hail, and all this moving into the highly populated areas of the West Bank, from Westwego, Harvey, Gretna, Marrero. This storm is moving right over you in the next 2 minutes, moving into Westwego, then eventually moving into the heart of the uptown area. Again, Chapatoulas, this is right around the Audubon Zoo. This is right around the Garden District area. So again, if you live near Mid-City, in the Garden District or the uptown area, this is a very dangerous storm moving your way. Get into your safe place. As mentioned, we talked about getting into an interior room, getting away from windows. We've seen tons of hail knocking out car windows. So imagine what that would do to your home windows. Never get by the windows. Stay in the interior of your home. And as you can see, a huge swath of hail moving in over the West Bank, over the area from the Garden District over to the downtown area soon. And then on the North Shore, we have yet that other feature we're looking at. This one was near Denham Springs earlier, now near Montpelier, near Pine Grove. It's moving eastward. This is a very small core storm, but you can't discount it because indeed these are winds probably up to at least 70 miles per hour. And again, this tornado warning is in effect through 12:30. So as that moves eastward, we're going to be watching out for the I-55 corridor again, where remember we had one tornado that was near Acres moving north of that area, and now it looks like this one will move south of Amite right along I-55 as well. So again, it looks like it may be just north of Tickfaw. This is moving eastward. So Tangipahoa Parish, you've had 3 different tornado warnings, 3 confirmed tornadoes, yet we have another one that may be coming down the pipe. Now near Picayune, some heavy storms, and again, we're watching out for these. There is no warning on this storm as of right now, but anywhere from Talashik over to Picayune, this indicates the possibility of some hail up to about 1 inch. So we are seeing some of these strong thunderstorms possibility of hail, but the biggest issue right now is on the South Shore, right into the CBD, into the Garden District area, moving over West Wego, Harvey, Marrero, and here's the main core of the storm as it continues to move off to the east and the northeast. So once again, here is a perspective. Look at right now I-10 at Orleans Avenue. It is absolute pouring, blinding rain out there, and as you can see, boy, traffic just slowing down just a bit, but nevertheless, that's going to be a situation. I-10 at Orleans, Garden District, those areas approaching the CBD, we do have that strong storm with a possible tornado that is heading into your direction. So again, we don't always talk about the heart of the city being under a major warning, but nevertheless, we have to be aware of that. Now, this is damage near Michoud. You can see some of these buildings just stripped, just like a bulldozer came and just kind of stripped these down like you would see in a demolition. These buildings are absolutely destroyed near Michoud. So again, we've had numerous reports with major issues and major damage. In fact, Rahilio, he is out there. Rahilio, what do you have for us now in terms of damage?
Right, guys, we are here in New Orleans East near Bullard and Chef Mento. I'm going to take a look behind me here. This is from what we've been told by witnesses out here, the track of the storm. You see a widespread area of damage here, structures, debris on top of the buildings and the businesses here on Chef Mento. From what we've been told, the twister may have, or if it was a tornado, may have made its way from the west towards the east here. This is the church at New Orleans, and I'm joined now by Elder Gregory Brooks, who was inside the church at the time. Elder Brooks, talk to us about what your experience inside there.
Well, we were in there doing some paperwork and stuff, and Bishop Kevin Boyd said that he thought it was trained, so we didn't really pay attention, but then it started getting louder. He ran to the back office. I ran to a hallway in between the building. And next thing you know, I saw one of the air conditioning units come down out the ceiling. And then another one fell in the back. And I screamed out for Bishop, make sure he was all right. I didn't hear anything. And at that point, he called me. And he called me and he had a big old gash in his head. He had it bleeding. So one of our church members was able to come get him and bring him to the hospital. He's at oxygen right now. But this is my first time experiencing something like this, and I hope it's my last. We
certainly hope he'll be fine, and we understand, as we just heard, there was at least one injury from one person who was inside the church here. You see significant damage, a line of damage. Guys, we're going to send it back to you guys. We're going to stay out here and hopefully get some more stories about what happened. Guys, back to you.
Guys, we're looking at live pictures. A tornado is on the ground in the city. And again, looking at Viper here, this appears to be very close near the Garden District area along the river. It's a bit hard to tell, and if anybody can help me out with that, I would appreciate it. But also, if we could split Viper on there with me, we need to do that because we got to get a split screen or something going here. Okay, because what I'm trying to show here is where this is. This looks like a tornado or at least a strong funnel cloud right in this notch area here. There's Harvey, there's Gretna, there's the river. And again, and then there's our next scan. All right, so let's slide this over. Again, this is very near the Crescent City connection, right along the Mississippi River, where this potential tornado is. We have a new shear signature that is now showing up on Viper as it appears a tornado is developing over the city as we speak. Let me go here to our Barron button and again take a little closer look at what we're seeing. Okay, that is not updating to where I need it to be. So we're going to switch over to the velocity. This will give us an idea again of where it looks like that tornado is. How does it appear? It appears looking at it, it's hard to tell if it's on the ground or not, but if it's not, it's very close to somewhere right in here in the Algiers area. That looks like where it is. Let me come in just a little bit.
Put the camera behind you so you can point out where the is?
No, I want to let's keep this up right now, Shelby, and because I'm trying to get some markers on here. To see, I'm trying to get a couple of these. Okay, so, all right, so, yes, all right, so basically, there's General de Gaulle, and there on the northern edge of the West Bank, coming up across the river, that's where potentially that tornado is, right along the river, and getting very close to the bridge, where we see this circulation here along General de Gaulle Avenue. That's where it appears, with the analysis that I'm able to produce this close in, and based on what we're seeing on the tower camera, where that tornado might be. Unfortunately, we got some rain on the lens, So it's a little bit hard to tell, but do y'all still see that back there? Okay, all right, but does appear look like, does it appear like that's something on the ground there? It's a little bit difficult to see from this vantage point, but
then it looked like
it looked like it
up,
lifted.
but now it's looking down again. It's very difficult to tell with the raindrops.
okay. All right. Well, again, that is where it appears that that tornado potentially is. There you can see it, and we're going to have to go. I'm going to have to go back up to the North Shore just real quickly. But let's just say this right now: if you're in Arabi and you're in Chalmette, you need to take tornado precautions immediately. This is a tornado, possibly one on the ground, that's going to be crossing into the parish within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So you're under a tornado warning, but anybody from Arabi to Chalmette, that appears to be where it's heading next. Also, if it crosses back over the river there, Holy Cross, the 9th Ward, could be in the path of this tornado. So Holy Cross, 9th Ward, maybe as far up as Bywater and Marigny. It looks like it's going to be south and east of there, though. It's a little bit hard to tell, but definitely it looks like Holy Cross and 9th Ward, and then Arabi and Chalmette. That's where the circulation of this tornado is right now. Now, it appears we have a large tornado developing, getting ready to cross into Tangipahoa Parish. We're getting reports now. They have some video out of our station, WAFB in Baton Rouge, have aired some earlier videos showing a tornado that was near Watson. That's the tornado that's now moving toward Independence. So this is going to be a tornado emergency now for Tangipahoa Parish. There's the circulation. It's a possibility that this tornado could be on the ground again. I don't have confirmation of it, but again, that is moving to the east. And so anywhere between Tickfaw and Amite along Interstate 55, that's where we need to be watching for our next tornado threat. Let's do some Viper analysis on this now with Bruce Katz. Bruce, I'm going to go take you through the Barron button and a few other things while you're showing this tornado here.
All right, so WAFB, our sister station, had a confirmed report of a tornado near Watson, and this is the actual storm that's been coming in from Livingston Parish right now south of Montpelier. And again, the main circulation is right here where we start seeing the different colors coming together. Now, the main core of wind is just southwest of Montpelier, and again, here is Amite, here is Tickfaw. So Tangipahoa Parish, again, not that far away. This is I-55. So this will be crossing I-55, the third tornado today, crossing I-55 in the next 15 to 25 minutes. So again, winds of about 60 miles per hour. And as it moves eastward, if you're in the area just east of Montpelier, we start getting into the viewing area of New Orleans, coming in right around Amite and throughout parts of Tangipahoa Parish. This is a very dangerous storm. It is moving your way. Now's the time to get into that safe place. Make sure you're in the interior of your home. Make sure you're in a bathtub, lowest part of your home, not the second floor. Get to the lowest part and maybe even put some blankets or pillows or something. And if you have the kids around, again, not a bad idea if you maybe have a football helmet or something that can protect their head from flying debris, because we have seen some very powerful tornadoes today by Louisiana standards. So again, this is a very dangerous storm. It is moving to the northeast. This is now in Algiers, in the city itself. Arabi seeing quite a bit of hail right now. So it looks as though Harvey, Marrero, Gretna, you're getting out of it now. So in the next 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to see conditions improving greatly. But northeastward, heading in from Arabi and farther north throughout parts of northern areas of St. Bernard Parish, you're going to be under the gun. English turn on the West Bank, you're barely seeing that moderate to heavy rain. This is moving away from you, but I would give it another 15 to 20 minutes. But for right now, we are slowly but surely seeing that big storm system finally exiting the city itself.
And I just want to tell you, Bruce, they've now extended the tornado warning for St. Bernard and for the West Bank, around till 1:08. So another 30 minutes. The circulation has weakened, but it could spin up again at any time.
And that's been the history, David, all morning long. Shelby Latino and I, and then when David came in, and Nakandra Norwood back there, she's doing a lot of stuff in the background for us. What we're looking at is these storms kind of pulsing. They get stronger and they weaken. They get stronger and they weaken. So as a result, the history of these storms have said, we're going to keep the warnings up, even though right now we may not see anything developing. These have been rapid developers that have come into their own in tornadoes within about 10 to 15 minutes. So again, this is a situation that they're going to pretty much hold on to. As a result, as David mentioned, they've extended the warning now farther east all through the 1 o'clock hour. So once again, I want to show you that after these storms move in, finally, we're not seeing anything developing southwest of us. This should be the end of it. The tornado watch is in effect through 2 o'clock. So all we have is another hour and a half to 2 hours to go. And I think all this activity should be east of us, but we're not going to let it go until the final blow of these storms. Right around Amite near Watson, we had that report of a confirmed tornado from our sister station. That is moving eastward. Here is I-55. Again, this would be the third tornado today to cross I-55. Unprecedented. Again, it's something that normally doesn't happen this far south. These storms have been very strong, and as you can see, right along I-55, coming in north of Hammond to Amite, right near Amite, we're seeing that activity, and Tangipahoa has been extended to 110 as well. So, go ahead, David.
I just got the on this, and this is a radar confirmed tornado. So radar confirmed tornado.
Okay, so it is. It's an actual radar. Okay, so what they're saying is radar does indicate, with all the dynamics, with all the velocities coming together, that there is a tornado on the ground. And yes, this has had a history near Watson, Louisiana, in Livingston Parish, of a tornado. So that tornado may have weakened, and then here we go again. It is now pulsing up. That's been the history all morning long. So these storms, we are not going to let our guard down. Even though we see them weakening just a little bit, we're going to watch these travel because they get into another area that certainly could be conducive for even more development. So these have been very strong, winds up to 80 miles per hour. So this looks to be strengthening a bit. South of Montpelier, moving eastward. Here's I-55, south of Amite. So anyone traveling along I-55, if you know anybody that's moving in these areas, I would call them immediately, tell them to stay put, because in the next 10 minutes, Amite, Tickfaw, within these areas here along I-55, you're going to see a hail core coming over, the winds begin to pick up, and a possible tornado that's going to cross the interstate as well.
Bruce, they're saying this is a radar-confirmed tornado, so there's enough evidence on radar
to say
that they're saying that this is a tornado.
And what I'm trying to say is, this is a time to pay attention. If you do know anybody that is traveling these areas, again, hail, gusty winds, tornado moving eastward. So again, this is a Doppler radar confirmed tornado, meaning that the radar is confirming it, but we don't have any actual on-site evidence on the ground. But nevertheless, today's radars do a great job at indicating winds coming to and from the radar, showing velocity and rotation, and indeed, that's what we're showing here. So again, this is the Viper wind speed and direction, and as you can see, farther north along I-55 and also in Orleans Parish, heading into northern areas of St. Bernard, under the gun through just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, and I would bet this storm and this warning is going to be extended eastward as this storm continues to move away and toward Hammond. Shelby, you got something?
No, another thing I was just going to mention, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but another thing I was going to mention, Bruce, is just that there's going to be a lot of damage around the area right now. Emergency managers, the National Weather Service, everybody is asking that folks who are not immediately impacted, please stay off the roadways. Don't try to go to these areas. I know you want to see what's going on. We're going to bring that coverage to you here on Fox 8, so just stick with us. Don't try to go there because you can get in people's way.
Okay, guys, let me just break over here just real second. This is something I'm seeing now in Viper. I am concerned that we may have tornadic storms, 2 of them, developing over the causeway now. So we may have new tornado emergencies coming for New Orleans East and also for the Slidell area. This is just and there's another one developing over Lake Maurepas. This is starting to develop a notch as well. This is the last batch of the storms coming through, but they're going to make it count. This is the tornado warned storm over Chalmette. Tornado warning there. We don't have warnings yet on these 2 storms over the causeway. I bet we're going to have something coming because these look like they're beginning to wrap up. So over the causeway, potentially tornadic storms developing. Again, these are now moving right in the middle of right towards southeastern St. Tammany Parish. If you're in Lacombe and Slidell, there's no warning, but I want you to go ahead and take severe weather precautions in these areas because this is starting to happen very quickly, and I would not be surprised if we saw tornado warnings as a result of these storms, again, that are over the mid part of Lake Pontchartrain. Let me go to the Barron button and see if we're picking anything up with them. Again, here are those 3 areas. There's the storm now. that's indicating maybe some large hail there in upper St. Bernard. We don't have any more reports of a tornado there, but I am concerned about these two storms, one just off of the Metairie, Jefferson Parish lakefront, crossing the causeway, another one east of the causeway, due south of Mandeville, heading in the general direction of Lacombe and then Slidell. So these are kind of what we call them suspicious. It's definitely suspicious storms, so I want people to be aware of that. And there's another one developing back to the east over the southern edge of Lake Maurepas that we're going to have to watch. These could spin up very quickly if we get anything warning-wise. Of course, we're going to let you know, but these are two potentially dangerous storms developing over the mid part of the lake. All right, Bruce, let's go back to the storm in Tangipahoa Parish, and let's have you talk about that and that warning.
All right, really quickly, though, we have information that no motorcycles allowed on the causeway. Also, Highway 90 between Chef and I-510 closed now, storm damage. They have debris all over the roadway. So again, Highway 90 is closed between Chef Highway and I-510 for storm damage. So again, if you don't have to go in those areas, stay away. Let the emergency officials do what they have to do. And of course, if there's any injuries or anything else going on, you'll just be out of the way to let those guys do their work. Hopefully there's not, but again, Fox 8, we're all over it, and we'll let you know. So here's what we're doing now. Shelby's kind of putting in a 3D dimension, and you'll notice that around Amite in these areas, this is the area that we have seen from Watson, a confirmed tornado visually spotted on the ground, now moving to the east, just to the east of Amite. Now, it's right over I-55 right now, so this is the third tornado to cross I-55 today, which is, again, unprecedented. 3 tornadoes over I-55 in one day and within a couple of hours. So here's what we're looking at now. You'll notice here's a storm track coming in these areas. You may not recognize the cities, but people who live in these areas, they certainly know where these cities are. Husser, we've all heard of that, and Loranger as well. Also Osceola, Viola. So these moving eastward will be affecting these small communities around southern areas and central areas of Tangipahoa Parish. So again, Wilmer North, you're doing good. Hammond South, you're doing fine. But right in the heart of it, just south of Amite, that storm system is moving eastward. Here's Husser, here's Loranger, and again, the main feature itself is moving right in tandem from Loranger over to Husser, moving basically in this direction. So we're putting on 1-inch hail, 2-inch rainfall per hour. On the outer core, 1/2 inch of hail. So this storm still has some oomph to it, although it's weakened a little bit. Remember, the history of these storms have been to kind of weaken a bit, and then they ramp back up and they weaken. So what we don't want to do is let our guard down, have a rapid regeneration, have a tornado on our hands. So that's why we're watching this so closely as that storm system is moving eastward right now. So Loranger heading over toward Husser. Holton, I think you should be fine, but any little bit of a northward trend, you would be in it as well. So all areas in these parameters from Loranger to Husser to Holton, I would certainly do that. So let's go now to VTI 6. And again, when we look at the Viper Tornado Index, the VTI, when you see above a 5, 6.6 is where it was, that is a great indication, almost a definite tornado on the ground. So again, this is the area we're watching very closely as it begins to move eastward. Here's Loranger. Once again, here's Husser. Here's Holton. Anywhere within this swath, this is going to be a dangerous situation. We can see already hail. We've seen the winds pick up. This storm has a history westward toward Watson of a tornado on the ground that was reported by an individual. So whenever you get that ground truth, that's the best you can get. You get the ground truth indicating that is what's going on. So to the west of us, things are drying out. Southwest, drying out. So we still have big storms on the North Shore to move into areas of Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany, in the city itself. And then we don't want to forget our friends on the Mississippi Gulf Coast as well. You do not have any warnings as of now from Gulfport, Pascagoula, over to Biloxi. But again, from Slidell, heading along I-10 toward the beaches, it is an absolute stormy day in this area here. Again, if you do not have to travel, I would stay put. And then here is that last gasp coming in north of Chalmette, moving northward toward Violet, Poydras. You're seeing the heavy storms right now, lots of lightning. And what we don't want to see is, David, this little area here, the little hook. What we don't want to see is another wraparound.
Let's come in on that, Bruce.
Yeah, let's investigate, because that's been the history.
And we're going to talk, and I want you to talk about these ones on Lake Pontchartrain too. But let's come into the Chalmette area, and They may have been getting some hail there. I
That's
don't
about
have
a
any
2-inch hail core.
Yeah, I don't have any report of tornadoes, so that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, now 2-inch hail core, but we don't want to see this southwestern flank here starting to wrap up, because that would indicate that we're getting rotation and a tornado. So we are seeing some velocity in this area here, but once again, it's going to be a situation. These are going to be moving east now into areas toward, say, Breton Sound and just along the beaches of Mississippi. So still over land right now, over a very marshy area, but nevertheless, this is what we look for, anything coming to and from. Now, the Viper Tornado Index at about 4.3, that's a moderate range. That would indicate that more than likely there is something possibly developing, if not a small tornado on the ground. So once again, that's something we're going to be watching very closely. In the actual let's see, Lake Pontchartrain area, what we're looking at is we're not really seeing any reds or greens coming together, so we're not really looking at any major wind velocity, but we have had, David, a lot of hail as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at this, Bruce.
Yes.
I mean, this one, there's some stronger winds trying to develop here. I mean, there's no couplet yet, but, that one right on...
suspicious area.
Yeah, that one right on the causeway, and you can see where it's hitting. All right, so right there at Highway 11
South
and I-10.
Slidell.
Yep, exactly.
South Slidell. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to, I believe, go to some video. Is that where it is?
Yeah, let's go over to John. Are you ready?
Yeah.
We are.
Okay,
in fact, we've got. Thanks, guys. We've got some video coming in again from some viewers and people who've been out and about, and in the age of social media and cell phones, people become witnesses and citizen photojournalists. And this is some of the video that they've taken out near Chef. Some roof damage in that area. You see a scattered debris around the area, Liz.
Yeah, it's New Orleans East near Chef. The damage is that you're looking at here is an apartment complex. This, of course, after we saw some video earlier and a lot of people sharing it on social media as we bring it to you of a massive tornado that touched down. This is unprecedented for this to be happening at the frequency we've seen since we've been on the air all morning. These tornadoes touching down. We're seeing roof damage, damage on cars, debris on the road. We are checking to verify if there were any injuries or what else occurred when this severe system moved through there. But you can see that these are usually scenes you see in Oklahoma and other places that are used to getting hit with these sort of storms. But here it is in our backyard at 12:37 when people are at home, when people are at work, people are on the roadway, and capturing some of the images there thanks to so many folks on social media who are sharing these incredible images that are coming in here across New Orleans as these systems moved in.
The I-10 East at Chef Endowment is closed, and also Bruce was telling us just a moment ago, if you're in the Chef Highway area at I-510, that area is closed because of the debris field there. You know what? Sometimes it's important to remember that we're following this as it's happening. So we don't have a lot of reports that are comprehensive. We're not getting inundated with injury reports at this point. That's obviously a point of concern that we want to look at. Oklahoma tornadoes, I think. Oklahoma has these massive tornadoes, although the Chef tornado that we caught video of, or a viewer did earlier, was quite impressive.
That's what I want to talk about, John, because now I'm getting a good look at what the damage is done here. This is a big-time destructive tornado. Looking at the kind of damage that I'm seeing, looking at some of the way the buildings are damaged, I don't like to say what I think they are in the air until we really get on the ground and inspect it, but this was at least an EF2 tornado.
Wow.
And
Which, in terms of winds, what would people be dealing with in an EF2?
Well over 110 miles per hour. And it may be stronger than that. This may be in line or stronger within the Hattiesburg tornado we saw a week or two ago. In fact, Shelby, will you pull that up for us, the EF scale, so we can get like the exact... All right, she's going to pull that up.
And here's the other thing, and it sort of goes to what Liz was talking about, and I had Bruce, I was listening to him, and I brought Shelby over a little while ago. In terms of the frequency, let's talk about the confirmed tornadoes today. We saw the waterspout on Lake Pontchartrain, don't know if that did any damage. You showed the West Bank tornado about a half an hour ago. Jefferson Parish a short while ago confirmed, David, that there was a tornado that touched down in the area of Jefferson Highway. Chef Mento had the video that was captured, which we assume was in this case. And we had viewer, I had an eyewitness I talked to who was watching a tornado. Another viewer sent me that same picture in Madisonville. That is 5 confirmed tornadoes, plus however many passed over the I-55, which Bruce thinks is at least 3. Shelby was thinking 3 or 4.
I think he
exactly.
We're up to, that is 8 possible tornadoes, perhaps more.
Well, I can say without a doubt, and knowing a lot of the history around here, as do you, that this is probably going to go down as one of our bigger tornado days that we've seen, certainly in modern times. Let's remember the Convent tornado day last spring. That was a big tornado. That was one of the largest tornado outbreaks for our region on record, meaning from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. But that was mainly in the west. That was not centered over our area.
You know, that's a good point. We talk about the time and people being out. We haven't heard a lot about injuries yet. Anything really, and the important thing is, you know, people are out and about. You can see the tornado. You can take heed of it, and hopefully,
and if
you know,
on the
if
interstate,
this happens
what
at
do?
3 in the morning, it can be a whole different ball game for people.
And, you know, given how unprecedented it is, we're not really used to the frequency of this, as we were saying, so people usually don't know what to do because we don't have basements to run to as they do in areas like, you know, Kansas, for example. So, you know, as we continue to watch this all day, and if you hear any more warnings from the folks in our weather department, what you need to always remember is to try to find shelter somewhere where you can be surrounded by walls that will protect you as much as possible from the outside. You know, get pillows, mattresses if you're at home, and try to get to an area where you can secure yourself as much as possible while it passes over. Because when you look at these pictures, you can see the force and the fury that is coming in with these tornadoes. And David was saying you're talking about winds in excess of 100 miles per hour when these things become extremely powerful.
And it's not, you know, we do get tornadoes sometimes this time of year. We tend to be, I'll put my meteorology cap on, and I'm looking at Bruce to make sure I'm not going off, you know. But, you know, you have the clash of north and south air a little farther, and then the reason you get tornadoes in the Missouri area in March is because then you start to get the clash of cold and warm air masses, and then it sort of shifts. So it's not unheard of for us to have tornadoes by any means. It is the frequency of them, and apparently in at least one case, perhaps the strength that is so unusual here today.
Let's look at Viper real quick, and if we need to split screen it or go to Viper, I just wanted to point out, guys, we have a report that this is reporting a thundercloud or a tornado now moving into Lake Bourne, east of Chalmette. So the danger is past east of Chalmette. This circulation is tightening up again, but again, it's moving out over the water. I haven't seen anything from emergency management, and I don't know if our newsroom has anything, if there was any damage in Araby or Chalmette.
In fact, the latest information we had, David, is St. Bernard Parish had actually, this is before this last cell popped up, St. Bernard Parish had actually dispatched some of its sheriff's deputies into the Venetian Isles area of I don't know how many, but at least a couple, because they were so overloaded in the east. The police department that St. Bernard was actually helping out in Orleans. That doesn't mean, that's very close. That doesn't mean they can't come back.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, but that first round really taxed the resources, you know, obviously of any agency.
Well, let's look at the big picture here just real quick while we have it up, guys. Let's kind of reset this for our viewers.
By the way, before you do that, David, that, by the way, is Lakefront Airport, where you see some damage, obviously, to the planes there.
Yeah, and I think Bruce, or I can't remember if Bruce said or I did, there was at least a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported there.
Right.
Bruce, let's go over to Bruce at the wall here for a minute, and Bruce, kind of reset where we are. We have 2 warnings in effect. Now, the St. Bernard one we can clear, because that is now moved into Lake Bourne. But what I'm going to do, Bruce, is let's come up and look at Tangipahoa Parish first.
Okay.
Then I'm going to look at that storm over southeastern Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, they're going to cancel the St. Bernard and Orleans warning. Okay, so that's what I just said.
Good.
Let's go up here and see what's happening in Tangipahoa Parish.
Okay, this storm is continuing to move eastward. Now, this storm did have a report of a confirmed tornado near Watson, Louisiana. This came from our sister station, WAFB, over in Baton Rouge. And again, Watson being farther out to the west, but nevertheless, we're seeing 3-inch hail. So this more than likely does indicate that if there is not a tornado, we more than likely have one that's probably developing. Now, we've been talking about these storms with the tornado warning through about 1 o'clock this afternoon, about 16 minutes from now. But nevertheless, we're watching this back end of, again, we call it the kind of the backwards hook, kind of a hook echo, and you'll notice on the southwest flank of the storm, that's where we would look for any type of rotation. So again, we start looking in these areas here where you kind of see maybe the grays and the greens coming together. We're not really seeing any deep reds or green coming together, but nevertheless, we do have some wind and rotation going on with extremely large hail, and again, this storm is a very small, compact core storm, but these can be one of the most destructive and deadliest storms. The small, compact ones can be just as destructive as the large ones that go through a large area. So again, even though it may not look like much, we never can discount any type of tornadic development and a storm that is developing and moving into a metropolitan area. So again, although this is not a metro area, we still have just north of Hammond now, crossing the interstate. And if this were to be a tornado, this would be the 4th or 5th to cross I-55 as we speak today. So that's, again, unprecedented. We do have more information coming in, and David and Shelby in the Contra, they're going to get that for us. But nevertheless, I-55, very dangerous storm moving that way. What do you have, Shelby?
The National Weather Service just saying that warning for St. Bernard and Orleans is going to be canceled since the storm is moving into Lake Bourne. But obviously anybody in the water near that area would still be able to be affected.
Sure, absolutely. And hopefully nobody's in the water at this point with all these storms.
Absolutely.
And Shelby, Bruce talked about this. Shelby just made the good point of saying we're done once these storms move through.
Yes, absolutely. This is the tail end of the major system. We have a major system that's a bit farther north, and that is what the impact is. And once we finally get that northeast of us, it's going to carry all this activity and flush it out to the northeast away from us. Now, it's going to be someone else's issue in the next couple of hours, but at least we're seeing a little light at the end of the tunnel as we continue to see just west of I-55, things are beginning to settle down just a little bit. What we're watching now is, of course, we do have some heavy storms moving in right along the southern and southeastern end of Lake Pontchartrain, and again, we just don't want to see these little areas kind of branch off from the storm, because these are ones that could certainly quickly ramp up into some strong winds or even a tornado. So again, here's that other warning that we see. This is now moving toward Breton Sound. This is offshore. That is good news, but boy, look what's happening toward the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Although there are no warnings in effect there, they are seeing some very heavy rain and downpours, lots of lightning going on, and again, from Lacombe over to Slidell, no warnings there. However, we're still seeing some heavy rain moving in your vicinity. So these little areas of storms in the Lake Pontchartrain area, we want to see these move eastward. We don't want to see any regeneration, but you also don't want to see what we're seeing now on the back flank of that storm. You don't want to see these little hooks developing, because these could start wrapping around, and as they do wrap around, that's where you could get some of that forcing and a storm or a tornado can develop. So things slowly but surely in the next couple of hours are going to be ramping down. In the city, I think we have probably another hour to go. After that, things will begin to settle down. But as we have talked about, boy, the beaches along the Mississippi Gulf Coast absolutely being pounded right now. We are seeing some winds, very, very strong winds coming in, possible water spouts, of course, and Biloxi, Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, all this tracking in this direction. So if you're watching us over on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, which many of you do, we're going to be watching out now. Although we've had no warnings in effect, this is still a storm system that we don't want to play around with, because with heavy rains, gusty winds, hail, we've had numerous reports of hail damage around the city, even on the North Shore. So Mississippi Gulf Coast, it's going to take longer, of course, for you to clear out before finally everything does begin to move eastward. So if we can get this feature moving away, you know, David, let's go down toward Thibodeau real quick if we can. We see another little cluster developing there, but, you know, at this point, we're going to watch it. But over the last 15 minutes, this seems to be getting a little bit better organized as it's moving into this area. So again, we may have a little gusty wind within it, but these are the beginnings, kind of the embryos of these storms, if I may. As they move eastward, they come into the very moist, unstable air mass, and they could possibly generate into a very strong storm. So still around Thibodeau, Morgan City, and Houma, we're going to be watching that. But the biggest storm with the confirmed tornado near Watson, that was over toward the western area of Livingston Parish. That is now crossed I-55 east of Amite now, and Larange, Husser over to Holton, Wilmer. We're going to be watching out for that. And as you'll notice, we're seeing anywhere from, say, Enola or Viola, rather, eastward. Those are areas that you may not know, but people in this area certainly do know. And notice the Viper Tornado Index down to 3.8. Those are numbers that we'd like to see. They're coming down, where earlier we saw over 6, which is just very high for this area on the Viper tornado index. So here's just a lot of hail. This does indicate probably 2-inch hail. So this does have a huge core of some winds and hail with it from Laurentian to Holton. It's now moving east of Amite, and as you'll notice, we're seeing a little maybe wind velocity, but we're really not seeing any strong couplet developing. The couplet would be on that southwest flank where we see the rotation. So right now, we're continuing to watch just heavy storms moving eastward. So far, this storm has been behaving itself as it crossed over I-55, but we're not going to write it off as of yet because still it's in an area and the dynamics are there for the possibility of developing. David?
Bruce, let's, we got Viper up here again behind us, and again, we're watching this Tangipahoa storm. The tornadic storm over Lake Bourne is staying out over the water, and I'm still watching this storm that's just north of the Lakefront Airport, but we don't have any warnings on it. Shelby had just seen on Facebook, that's in the Bayou St. John neighborhood.
The Bayou St. John neighborhood reporting some chairs lifted over power lines. I assume that is the same storm that moved through Gentilly, producing likely a tornado.
Well, that's the Chef Mento storm, because remember, circulation was
and we saw that one.
That's right, and we saw it tightening up right there at the causeway on Viper, and so that developed right over the causeway and then over Mid-City, and then it appears when it got to about Pontchartrain Park or just east of there, that's where it tightened up and developed into this large wedge tornado.
Right, and they're saying that not only chairs being lifted over power lines, but as it crossed Bayou St. John, the water getting sucked up, a table kind of flipped over and flung across the bayou. So some serious damage certainly being reported up near Gentilly in the Chef Mento area, but certainly even in Mid-City, seeing some shingles rearranged is the way they described it, and certainly some minor damage at least in the Mid-City Bayou St. John area.
We're getting reports of some marble-sized hail right now in Slidell. That's the latest coming in from emergency management in southeastern St. Tammany Parish. So not, just below severe limits, but this storm is producing some hail. Again, this is the area that I'm continuing to watch in southeastern Lake Pontchartrain, just north of the Lakefront Airport, and this cell back west of the causeway, not showing any kind of great rotation right now, but the way things have been going today, anything could happen at any moment. We still have our tornado warning in effect. Again, that's for Tangipahoa Parish as we watch a possible tornado near Laurentian. And so it does appear that this does have a weak circulation with it. This is the one that Bruce was showing you just a minute ago. It's tiny, but nevertheless, there's enough of a signature there that this could be a tornado very close to Laurentian, right in this area, and it's going to be going near Husser as well. This is moving to the east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. It's not a strong indication, but it is possible that this could still be producing a tornado in Tangipahoa Parish. The good news is these are basically beginning to weaken overall. So let's take a break here, and we're going to go over to John and Liz and see if we can get some more video of damage across the area.
Yeah, and what we're just learning is Mayor Landrieu, as you can imagine, the significant damage in New Orleans. He's just wrapped up a news conference.
Right, and Greg Adeline is there. Greg?
Well, Liz and John, we heard that it was the New Orleans Mayor, Mitch Landrieu, as well as Police Chief Superintendent Michael Harrison, updating the media just moments ago, talking about some of the extent of the damage. Not only that, but also some of the injuries here off of Chef Highway. That's where we are right now. We are at Lonely Oak Drive as well as Chef Mento, and police have this area completely shut down. Having been here for the past hour or so, I could tell you that this area from Lonely Oak all the way down to Dowman Road is shut down entirely. Dowman and Crowder, between that area on Chef Highway, you don't want to go anywhere near there, and in fact that's what the mayor is telling people to do, is to avoid this area altogether. He gave us an update on some of those injured. He said that there are 12 injuries. 5 of them, 5 people were taken to a trauma center for some severe injuries. 2 are in serious condition, but again, no fatalities right now after this, what appeared to be a tornado, came through this area and just caused all sorts of mayhem and destruction. Having walked that stretch between Dowman and Crowder on Chef Mento, I can tell you that there are just a handful of buildings that weren't touched. The rest of them had damage in one way, shape, or form, and the big problem is that this is an area that is somewhat densely populated, whether it be an RV park or whether it be a motel or just any sort of apartment complex. There's a lot of people who are living in that stretch, and so the response was swift. We had dozens of first responders make their way into that scene. They shut down this area, and they're hoping that anybody headed toward this area will avoid it right now, because again, the effort is underway to make sure that they have tended to anybody who might need medical assistance at this time. But most of the folks that we saw in this area who came out had a look of shock on their face from what happened. This was about 10:30 this morning when the storm just seemed to kind of come out of nowhere, high winds, and many people said that they saw it as it unfolded, whether it was the funnel cloud and debris and damage that got kicked up because of these high winds. Talked to one couple that was here in an RV park that said that they saw other RVs getting flipped up as they were looking out their window, and obviously that's a traumatic situation for them, but they came out unscathed. Again, no fatalities to report, a pretty good degree of damage in this area. And as we said, Mayor Mitch Landrieu updating people, telling them to stay away from this area. The city's doing whatever they can, and 12 injuries to report right now. But again, nobody killed in all of this, which is pretty remarkable when you consider the extent of the damage that lies to my east, right over my shoulder here. It really is kind of a gauntlet of debris and buildings that are just sustained quite a bit of damage. So we're going to continue to stay out here and talk to folks who saw this blow through, many of whom really can't believe what they just saw. But that's the latest here in New Orleans East. Let's send it back to you.
Greg, what we're hearing, or what we saw on this end, was a tornado that was pretty large by South Louisiana standards. Obviously we don't have a lot of experience with tornadoes, but just in looking at some of the video that we've gotten from viewers, I'm sure people were struck by the size of this thing here.
And yeah, John, it sounded like that was the case. Some even said that it almost would appear that the storm, the tornado, as you mentioned, was so large that they thought that it was two, perhaps, that might have blown through this area. But we haven't gotten any sort of indication from folks on the ground here the degree or the intensity of this tornado, as we know that they're classified EF1, EF0, EF2. We don't have any indication of that, but the folks who saw it definitely were shocked by what they saw. And given the amount of damage that was left behind after it blew through and it carved what would appear to be about a mile-long path of destruction right down Chef Mento Highway, a lot of folks still coming to grips with what they saw here a little bit earlier, John.
And Greg, one more question for you, for folks who are not familiar with that area.
Sure.
Give us an idea how dense or not dense that area is. For a tornado to go through there, what would it be dealing with out there?
Well, Liz, and that's the thing it's really difficult to overstate. This is an area that is very densely populated. On both sides of the street, you have motels, you have apartments, you have RV parks kind of scattered through this area, and several businesses. That time of the morning, there's a large amount of people in this area, and to believe that nobody was killed in all of this is pretty amazing. Injuries were reported, again, a dozen or so. 5 of them needed to be treated at the trauma center, 2 in serious condition. But again, first responders raced to this scene and said that this was a disaster area shortly after they arrived. They said, you got to get out of here. This is a disaster area. And of course, we weren't going to impede their ability to get to anybody who was in harm's way. But yeah, the mayor and police chief, and as well as all of these first responders, are staging just off of Wilson and Chef Mento, a densely populated area, though, Liz. And so to believe that there's all of that damage and no lives lost at this point as of yet is truly remarkable.
All right, thanks so much, Greg Adeline, for that update. We'll tell you that we want to thank you for watching Fox 8 News at Noon, but our special coverage continues now as we are still under for at least the next half minute or so, and perhaps longer.
30
Okay,
minutes.
so the update now is, in addition to these 12 injuries in eastern New Orleans, we understand from Bruce Katz that this is They have extended, one of the warnings.
Yes, yeah, the tornado warning has been extended now for St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington through about 1:40 this afternoon. So again, if we can flip prompter, if we can, and we can show you what we're looking at. Basically, let's come back to radar very quickly, and if we can. There we go. Let's come back to radar if we can very quickly, and we can show you now the new updated tornado warning that we're looking at now. These are some of the damage pictures coming in, but you can see here is now the newest watch box, the warning box rather, coming in from Husser eastward. Now, this is well to the east now of I-55. So here's I-55. This has been moving eastward now, right near Husser. It looks to be just north of Folsom in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So this is going to come into basically extreme northern St. Tammany Parish and southern Washington Parish as it continues eastward at about 20 to 25. So here are some of the areas and some of the cities from about 12:31 all the way through about 1 o'clock. We'll notice, actually, we're beyond 1 o'clock now, anywhere from well, these things keep jumping. Anywhere from 1 to about 1:22. Nevertheless, here's the VTI pushing about a 4. So what we're looking at is, in this vicinity here, we may be still seeing some rotation within levels of the atmosphere, and the main storm in the main core a bit farther west. 2-inch hail, more than likely, winds up to 40 to 45, maybe up to 55. As a result, this has been extended as it moves eastward, heading to Folsom and extreme, right on the border almost, from northern areas of St. Tammany Parish into southern Washington Parish. This storm has a history of a confirmed tornado that was in Watson, Louisiana, that was to the west in Livingston Parish. So this has to it, although right now it looks like it may not be nearly as strong. It still has that potential to ramp up into a possible tornado. So as a result, a tornado warning is in effect as we continue to move on, just about to Enon, all the way down to Waldheim. But again, these storms have been moving to the east and northeast. So I would say Folsom in the next 15 minutes, I would get into your safe place. Enon in the next 20 minutes, I would get into yours. As this feature moves your way, we're going to watch out for gusty winds, quite a bit of large hail, and also some very heavy blinding rains. So again, here's Shelby putting on the information. So we're going to go to a live shot now, you mentioned.
Yeah, we're going to check out what's happening on the North Shore there, Bruce. Rob Masson is on the North Shore. He's just west of Madisonville, and we're hearing reports of homes knocked off their foundations. Rob.
And Liz, look behind me. You can see a $500,000 home that has literally been blown off its foundation, taking quite a bit of damage. It looks like a deck was actually blown up and is sitting up against that home as well. We are in the Gust Island subdivision just west of Madisonville on Chenier Drive. And as you look down the road, several other rather large homes have taken on damage here. This one over here has part of its roof blown off. The solar panels still intact on that one. Down at the end of Chenier Drive, there are some fire units here. Firemen have been checking to see if there's anybody inside these homes, anybody hurt. So far, we have not had a report of any injuries. But as we swing back around this home here, you can't see it on this side, but you can see the air conditioning unit blown off, and the whole back side of this house, this $500,000 house, has been blown down. The flag is still flying. St. Tammany officials are watching those systems as they develop to the southwest of us here. But here's an example of what that storm system did in the Madisonville area. One home off its foundation, several other homes damaged in this subdivision called Gust Island, just west of Madisonville, fairly near Lake Pontchartrain. It sort of sits out in a swamp complex here, but these are the furthest south homes off of Highway 22, west of Madisonville. And as you can see, they bore a severe brunt of the wind damage from this storm system that blew through here just over an hour ago. Again, no reports of injuries. There were reports of damage in Madisonville proper. That really wasn't the case. Some light tree debris in the town of Madisonville, but this by far the most severe damage we've seen on the North Shore this afternoon, Liz.
Hey, Rob, for viewers who may not be familiar with that, you point out it is west of Madisonville and an area that's almost right on Lake Pontchartrain. It's not far at all from Lake Pontchartrain, correct?
That's right, John. If you, Paul, if you would swing around and go to the south here, John, I know you're familiar with this area, but there's a rather vast swamp complex to the west of Madisonville, and there's a rather large lake right there. And John, you may know the name of it, but but these are the homes that are nearest to the lake, but there is some wetlands between the lake and these homes. But as high winds and these storm systems, and we could feel the wind out here right now, push through, and the storm threat is definitely not over. St. Tammany officials are watching it. This area would bear the immediate brunt of that wind coming off of Lake Pontchartrain.
And Rob, Masson, this is David Bernard, and I was going to bring John in and Liz on this as well. This was the storm that was the really large, damaging tornado that was on the ground for like an hour, and that we issued the tornado emergency for Madisonville, Covington, and Mandeville. And literally, as it got to where you are, that's when that circulation started to fall apart. I mean, we were this close. We already have a bad enough disaster
really catastrophic
today.
there.
But that would have just, double or tripled what we were looking at today.
The little frame of video we showed just about a minute ago was of that tornado, which a couple of cases, I believe this is Ryan Richard who sent that in. That's from Mike Benjamin.
Right, and typically a tornado that looks like that, it kind of looks like what we call roping out. And when it's doing that, it's usually weakening. Usually that's...
So it weakened just as it got...
Right, and that's what Viper was showing us, is that the velocities were coming down very rapidly as it approached Madisonville. But, literally 10 or 15 miles west of there, Bruce and Shelby were on air. We had a tornado debris signature on Viper, which is the only second time that we have detected that. It's brand new technology here at Fox 8 just in the last 2 years. We first detected it with the Convent tornado last spring, and now today we detected it with this tornado. So, I mean, it is a blessing that this tornado fell apart.
It looks as though this would be, there are a couple wildlife management areas, Joyce Wildlife Management Area, and then Manchac, which Manchac is the one that's right on the lake. And it looks to me, based on what we're seeing about the path, is that this thing, when it had some strength, was going over basically a cypress forest.
Yes.
And then got to some developed areas. This Gust Island is it's a wonderfully, beautifully scenic area, but it doesn't have a lot of population. And then it fizzled about the time it got to Madisonville, is what it seems happened.
And like you said, and we were talking about on the air, that it was going over basically unpopulated areas at the point that you were talking about. And to get a tornado debris signature, it was picking up a lot of trees, because it's a very sensitive algorithm on the radar. It doesn't just go off for a few branches or something like that. These have to be large objects or large clusters of objects going off.
No, and in the case of a tornado, of course, you're not going to get that kind of a windbreak, but that's why we do so many of these stories about the coastal areas, because they can be such a windbreak. But interesting that it would be a debris field showing up on radar of a swamp, essentially.
Yeah, I just, John, I want to check in either with Bruce or Shelby just on this storm in Tangipahoa. We still have a tornado warning on it, and there's a bit of a notch there to see if there's anything new going on with it, guys. Do you see anything?
Right, well, it does look like it's gotten a little bit bigger. We're seeing more on reflectivity right now. As far as looking at velocity, again, looks pretty similar to what we were seeing before. The Barron button right now indicating that there is still some large hail associated with this storm. We can go ahead and take a look here. 2-inch hail possible still in the core of this storm. It is still a tornado warned storm. And again, while the velocity product doesn't look extremely impressive like some of the other storms we've seen, there could still be a tornado on the ground. It is radar indicated at this time. So again, we're going to continue to watch areas like Enon. This storm arriving to you within the next 10 minutes. So make sure that you are in your safe place, because while we do expect that there be a tornado on the ground, we know by Viper's algorithms that there is some large hail associated with this. So you don't want to be outside. You don't want to be driving around in this. Folsom, right now, you also need to be in your safe place. Just a little jog to the south could put you in jeopardy of a possible tornado heading your way. So while it does look like the path of this storm is moving nearly due east, we're going to continue watching for any little update that may change the path of that storm. Right now, again, Enon, you need to be in your safe place within the next 10 minutes. People in Sun need to be in their safe place within the next 15 minutes. And it does look like areas like Julia, Huggins, you guys need to be in your safe places as well, as this is what Viper, this purple path, these red lines, that's your tornado warning polygon. This purple line is what Viper is picking up on and indicating where that storm may head next, and that's what these numbers are derived from. So this is a very good indicator of where we could possibly see tornado conditions or that large hail that we're already seeing. Viper picking up on a 90% chance of severe hail right now, which would indicate the size maybe up to 2 inches. We're also seeing that Viper tornado index right now at about a 4. And remember, Bruce and David mentioning earlier that we get above a 5 or a 6. We've seen some of those today, definitely indicating a potential tornado. Right now at about a 4, so there could be a tornado on the ground with this, and you definitely want to be in your safe place.
You know, and I think it's probably worth noting too that in terms of the reason we're spending so much time on this, you know, this is not, in that case, we're not talking about tornado watches where conditions are favorable. We've been following watches too, but a number of warnings where there's either a warning used to be that somebody saw a tornado. Now with modern technology, it's a radar indicated tornado, but in this case we were counting, Bruce and I, 8 perhaps or more tornadoes. We were trying to be conservative and got to 8 tornadoes.
And again, there's a lot of fog going on right now. That's something that they'll do detailed analysis with the Weather Service to get an actual count on it. But I got to tell you, this New Orleans East tornado, and I was mentioning earlier, we're showing the damage, and from just my visualization here from the studio, this is definitely, I would say, at least an EF2 tornado. To give you perspective, that's winds of at least 110 miles per hour to about 135, 137. That means you're looking at a Category 3 hurricane force winds.
So
that's what we're talking about.
As people are tuning in right now, a lot of cleanup in the hours ahead, but who's out of the worst part of it? Who is still going to have to be on alert?
Well, if we take a look at, we can pull up Viper full here. Shelby, why don't you give us a wide view there? And Bruce was saying a few minutes ago, we are just about done. We need to get this storm through Washington Parish and also through northern St. Tammany. We're watching the Gulf Coast. All right, so if you're in Hancock and Harrison and Pearl River, they're still on alert. We've got the tornado watch there, and we see a little cell developing near Lockport in Raceland. It doesn't look particularly threatening right now, so we're not concerned about it. But this is the back edge of the energy, so it looks like we're getting near the end, but not quite yet.
That's good to hear. In the meantime, one of those, Jefferson Parish has, at least, it'll take the Weather Service to say officially, but Jefferson Parish confirms a tornado in Old Jefferson. Sabrina Wilson was there.
This morning's bad weather certainly made its mark behind a Wendy's restaurant here on Jefferson Highway at La Rosella. You're looking at lots of debris that was tossed around this morning by the high winds. A pole was knocked down. Fortunately, no one was hurt. But you can, if we pan over to the right, you'll see a black pickup truck that sustained some damage. Now, the owner of that truck, Clarence Martin, told me he was in the drive-thru here at Wendy's, and suddenly things got crazy in terms of the wind.
I was coming through the drive-thru to get some food, and I looked back, I saw my top was on the back. It blew up, it blew this away. And I kind of stopped and see what I was going to get out and try to put it back down, but the wind was so strong, and then it blew it off. And then I looked again, and it came from that way, and it blew and landed on top of my truck. And I just ducked down and kind of, covered up like that.
The Wendy's restaurant here at Jefferson and La Rosella is open again. No injuries reported, but quite a bit of damage here in Jefferson Parish. I'm Sabrina Wilson. Back to you.
All right, so, that's one of, and again, just to give you a count, we had a water spout on Lake Pontchartrain. We had that in Jefferson, which local officials said was a tornado. The West Bank tornado, which David spotted, or someone spotted in the weather team on radar, where we actually saw it in the Algiers area near the riverfront. Don't know if that was a tornado or a funnel cloud.
And there's New Orleans East.
And then there's the major event of the day, causing 12 injuries in New Orleans East. And 2 people hospitalized in serious condition. 3 others went to the hospital. There were the tornado we spoke of a moment ago in the Gust Island, Madisonville area. And then, Bruce Katz, is it 3 or 4 tornadoes?
Over
conservatively?
Potentially 5.
Potentially 5.
Across I-55.
That cross the I-55.
Yes.
So that would be as many as 10, and we're trying to be conservative.
And also, guys, let's show Weather 1 real quick, because we've extended the tornado watch to the east till 5 o'clock. So areas to the west, St. James, Livingston, St. Helena, Baton Rouge, out of the watch. But everyone else, tornado watch extended until 5. The highest threat is really east of Interstate 55 and cutting through the city. But we're still watching some cells down in Bayou Country. You can see there in Upper Lafourche, we got a few storms developing there. So this watch, John, has been extended to 5. And let's remember, there's been a tornado in Donaldsonville, and we have pictures of that, and there are injuries reported around the Sunshine Bridge. So that happened out to the west as well.
Those could be a couple of those that eventually crossed the I-55. So I'm trying to be in an abundance of caution.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be as conservative as we can, but it appears, I mean, we're approaching a dozen almost.
It's very possible that's the case. Either way you slice it, this will be an historic tornado outbreak for southeast Louisiana, and this will be a historic tornado for the city of New Orleans to have one of this magnitude. I don't have it off the top of my head. There have been some like this, but very, very few. Very few. Right, and to see a tornado that wide that we saw in New Orleans East is really, really a rare event for us.
Okay, let's check back in now with Rob Masson, just west of Madisonville. He's got an emergency official with him.
Paul, stand by.
Rob?
Paul. Hey guys, we are in Madisonville in the Gust Island subdivision just west of Madisonville. We are talking with Fire District 2 Chief Randy Hess. And Randy, what can you tell me about the damage in this area?
As far as we know, we have 3 structures in this neighborhood. We're in the Madisonville on the Lake neighborhood. We have 3 structures that sustained damage. We have the one behind us. This is the damage that we have. The one across the street from here, it was completely lifted off the piers that it was on, and the minor roof damage on the other side. This is the only 3 structures in this area that we are aware of at this time.
And Paul, we're getting our first look at this house behind us now. As you can see, the whole side of the brick facade blew off of this house a short while ago. Chief, was there anybody home in this house when this happened?
No, sir. No one was home at this house. The other house that sustained a major amount of damage, that house is vacant. From what I'm being told, it's on the renovations. The only person that was home is the lady across the street with the house that received the minor roof damage.
And Paul, if you'll pan to your right and show that other structure across the street, please. It was blown off of its foundation. We understand that house was up in the air a little bit,
yes, sir. It was a 2-story house. Now it's a 1-story.
And it was a raised house. It was
yes.
up 10 feet. And is the house occupied?
No, sir. It's, from what I'm being told, it's under renovation right now, and they're supposed to start renting it out shortly.
Talking to our chief meteorologist, David Bernard, a short while ago, he said the storm that was blowing through here was showing a big signature as it came across the lake. How fortunate do you think the Madisonville area is that the damage wasn't any more widespread than this?
We were very fortunate because when I was in town in Madisonville proper, and we had a cloud that, you know, had a lot of debris and everything in it, and we thought we were going to have one in town, but as soon as it started getting close to us, it just dissipated. So we were very, very fortunate because it was coming right towards Madisonville proper.
Any idea what the winds were measured at either here or in Madisonville proper?
No, sir. I can't tell you that.
And across the street over here, there's another 2-story structure. You can't tell from this angle, but they did sustain fairly significant roof damage, and you're saying there were people inside there, but nobody injured.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. From what I was told, the lady who lives there, she was home, and she said she had made it to the bottom floor and waited out the storm.
Chief, talking to St. Tammany Parish officials, they're still watching this system very closely. There's still some active weather to the south and southwest of us. What is the alert status of your fire district right now?
We're just remaining vigilant, and we're going to, try to help the citizens that we protect as good as we can, and, offer any kind of assistance that we can. We're out here. We're going to help these folks right here as much as we can, and then, we're just going to do whatever we can if the bad weather heads this way.
Thank you, Chief Randy Hess with the Madisonville Fire, St. Tammany Fire District 2 here in Gust Island. Reporting from west of Madisonville, Rob Masson. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Rob. Hopefully this is dying down, but we do have a potential serious problem in Folsom. A heads up for people there.
That's right. That's where we see some turning of the wind still. And let's see, are we going over to Shelby or Bruce with this right now? Let's get an update on Viper with it.
Well, we can get an update on Viper via right now we're seeing that Folsom area again kind of under the gun. If we zoom in here, what we're noticing is that velocity product is showing us a little bit of rotation. We're seeing some of those reds and greens right next to each other, indicating that we are seeing some of those areas kind of seeing turning of wind. So basically, winds moving toward the radar, winds moving away from the radar, and we are seeing that kind of moving over the Folsom area right now. The Barron button showing the core of that hail, this black area indicating possible 2-inch hail right now. And that is going to be just north of Folsom. Right now, Folsom seeing approximately 1.5-inch hail, as well as a potential tornado on the ground. And I say that we are under a tornado-warned storm here. This is a very large hail core that is moving through Folsom and is going to continue moving east, kind of right along that northern St. Tammany, southern Washington Parish area. Of course, people in Bogalusa, you want to keep a close eye on this one. If it continues to move due east, it may stay just to your south. However, if it does take any sort of a northerly jog, it would be heading your way. So again, people in Folsom need to be in their safe place, and Bruce has a little bit more information for us.
Well, that is right. We're going to be watching this storm, of course, over the next, say, 30 to 45 minutes moving eastward. But, Shelby, let's take a look now over toward Pearl River County. A lot of people have been calling in and asking about the Slidell area, moving in toward Pearl River County. And, you know, we're not going to forget you, but you don't have any warnings as of right now. But nevertheless, heavy rain, gusty winds, hail, lots of lightning going on. So again, just kind of stay put for the next hour or so. All this activity will begin to move east of you, but what we're looking at is basically right along the coastal areas. I mean, you can see the outline of the coast now into the Gulf of Mexico. We're seeing those heavy storms right along I-10 southward, all that activity moving eastward. And again, the storm that Shelby had mentioned far to the north, we're going to be watching that one toward Folsom. But as you can see from Bay St. Louis over to Delisle, right now we're seeing hail, maybe up to 1 inch, but maybe not hitting the ground that large. So we're probably seeing pea-size hail falling much in this vicinity here. If we can switch gears, can we go to the watch graphic now? We want to update the new watches, and the watches came down just about 10 to 15 minutes ago. And what we want to show you is these watches are in effect through 5 o'clock. However, notice the North Shore and the South Shore are still included. Within the next hour or two, 5 o'clock is going to shift more eastward. So we're going to start shaving off many of these parishes as that storm system begins to move away. So if you look at 5 o'clock, you may be saying, uh-oh, here comes more all the way through 5 o'clock. That should not be the case. I think in the next hour to an hour and a half, all of the South Shore will be pretty much gone. We seem to have lost our picture, but nevertheless, it looks as though the worst of it will be moving away. And then finally, by this afternoon, the cleanup efforts will continue as the heaviest rains do begin to move out. In the city right now, we're looking pretty good. Still some moderate to heavy rain approaching, say, around Destrehan over toward, not really even Laplace, Reserve, some of the areas along the river parishes, and eventually the future scan. This brings us through about 2 o'clock. Brings it just to the east of the city and farther south of the West Bank. And I think between 2:30 and 3:30, all this will wind up. And then the watches that we're seeing will begin to start peeling off from the west to the east as the worst of it finally begins to move away. So again, let's toss it back to the set. Right now, still under a watch, but I think in the next hour or two, we'll be peeling that. And of course, we're still watching this tornado warning in effect. It looks as though they may extend it even further because we're getting on the cusp of the eastern side of that actual warning. So just to the south of Enon, Folsom, you got hit pretty hard with some heavy rain, gusty winds, hail up to 3 inches. Whenever you see 3-inch hail, you have to wonder what's kind of going on into the atmosphere because several of the confirmed tornadoes had up to 3-inch hail, if not greater. So again, this is not a situation that is over yet. However, south of Enon, moving into areas north of Waldheim, it's going to move into Sun and Bush probably in the next 30 minutes. So at least in the next 30 minutes, Sun and Bush, just north of Waldheim, I would certainly stay put. And here are some of the areas that we're looking at in terms of some of the cities all the way through about 145, and the VTI still pushing a 4. So that's still a decent number for the potential of a possible tornado developing. So we are just on the last gasp of our warnings right now. This is the final warning if nothing else develops. It looks like we'll continue to move eastward and finally move out of the Fox 8 viewing area, at least in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. So at this point, looking good in terms of the South Shore, the North Shore. We have one more to go. Mississippi Gulf Coast, you're seeing quite a bit, and I do feel confident we're going to start peeling off the watches as we move on through the afternoon. Back to you guys on the set.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Bruce. Okay, so can you imagine being on the ground in a trailer when that massive tornado hit earlier today in New Orleans East? And
no, but Greg Adeline has someone who lived through that experience. Greg?
Yeah, that's right. John and Liz, we just spoke with a woman who survived this tornado. She was in an RV just on the south side of Chef Mento Highway when this tornado hit. An EF2 tornado, you might have heard David talk a little bit earlier, 110 miles per hour. You were in your RV, man. Thank you so much for talking to us. And just an unbelievable situation that you survived. I'm sure you're still coming to grips with this.
Yeah, we're trying to find a place to stay now because we lost everything.
This was so sudden. It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah. People got outside and just got thrown to the ground and couldn't move. And we were just like glued to the couch and couldn't move. Our RV was off the ground and slamming down. Then the windshield was gone. Lost all the windows in the vehicle, but two.
And so you said your RV was picked up.
Off the ground and slammed down, yeah.
Wow.
It was up about 3 feet off the ground because we could tell where it moved to compared to where it was sitting.
Unbelievable. And it was you as well as another person and then your dog as well.
Yeah.
No injuries?
No.
Which is just incredible.
Just home.
Yeah. So where do you stand right now? You said that you were waiting for some assistance.
Red Cross for a hotel voucher.
They're going to come and possibly check out all your damage?
Well, they're supposed to call the manager and tell us what motel to go to.
Yeah, so many little RV parks as well as motels on this, in this area, and it doesn't sound as though about 12 injuries. You weren't injured in any way, shape, or form.
No, we weren't.
What's going through your mind in a situation like
I
that?
want to get out of here.
I can imagine just.
I have no place to live now.
Well, as you said, hopefully the Red Cross will be able to come in. And you've been here for, what was it, a year?
Over a year, yeah.
Your son lives here.
Yeah. Just getting ready for the Mardi Gras.
And that was one point that she brought up, is some of these RV parks are filling up because it is Mardi Gras, it is Carnival, and so these are more crowded, which is just amazing that it wasn't much worse. One RV park, though, you said did sustain more damage, correct?
Yeah, a lot of damage. So next one down from us, 3 and 4 trailers slammed into one another. I mean, you can't make it out. They're all smashed. The brick building, half the brick building's gone, and upstairs all the windows. Oh yeah, it's bad.
And that's what we saw on Chef Mento Highway. Basically from Dowman all the way to Crowder, most of these buildings sustained a good degree of damage, and you were in an RV. It's unbelievable that you survived all of this.
Yeah, no, there was nobody to the left of us, so we got slammed pretty hard. The roof from the hotel blew off, and I think that's what hit our windshield, because we've got a ton of it laying in our yard and on our roof. Yeah.
Well, Deborah, God bless you, and we'll be praying for you during this entire recovery. Thank you so much. Let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Greg. We've got an extended tornado warning to tell you about.
Yeah, that's going to take us into Pearl River County. This is the storm that was over the Folsom area. Again, who do we have on standby now at Viper to take a look at it? There it is. You can see. So that extends now through Bush and Sun, and it runs as far south as Picayune. There's the core of that storm, just to the east of Folsom now. So not only may there probably be some moderate-sized hail with it, there's some very small area of circulation there. So this could grow in size, or it could produce a very small tornado. So we're going to keep that tornado warning going. Bruce.
Something interesting, David. I mean, this storm, remember, was around Watson, Louisiana. That was an hour and a half ago. This has been a long-lived, 2.5 hour now on the ground. Again, not necessarily a tornado, but these storms have been so persistent and holding together. And that's what's so rare about this episode, where these storms, normally when we get a tornado or some type of outbreak, you would get a tornado that develops and it makes, a ground hit and then it pretty much is gone. But these have been tracking now for miles and miles and miles. And, some of the video that we saw of some of those large wedged on the ground tornadoes, and you would think you're looking at Kansas or Oklahoma City. It's just amazing how long these storms have been on the ground. And again, this is now, look at the real estate from Amite all the way now to north of Picayune. You're talking, maybe about 110 miles now? So this actual storm has been traveling the length of this track for a long time, and still it does have its hail core. You can see up to 3 inches of hail possible, and many of the storms that we've been watching with the confirmed tornadoes have had up to 3 inches of hail. So this is a storm that could possibly at any moment start wrapping around and develop a circulation and develop into a tornado pretty much at any time. So that is why on the side of caution, this has been extended now all the way to north of Picayune, south of Bogalusa. So this is going to be a situation we're going to watch very closely for the potential of still a tornado that could possibly develop. But again, a lot of real estate covered, and this thing is still holding its own. Shelby?
Yeah, I just wanted to give one more update for our folks along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, Bay St. Louis over to Biloxi and Pascagoula. You guys are getting slammed. We know you are. It does appear, Viper, kind of indicating that there may be some small hail associated with these storms. Lots of heavy rain, though, and it does look like, again, there's a lot of rain moving out into the Gulf of Mexico as well. But just wanted to give you that update. No warnings in effect along the Mississippi Gulf Coast right now.
Can you zoom out, Shelby?
Yeah, of course.
Go
Show
ahead
the big picture here.
Yeah.
Because the only other rain that we're really seeing to the west right now is just to the south and west of New Orleans, kind of cleared the Bayou Parishes and is continuing to move north and east, almost more due east right now. But we can put Viper into its exclusive future scan mode here, and this will give you an idea of where it's going to go over the next hour or so. You can see it may bring some moderate to heavy rain to the New Orleans area once again. Not expecting this to develop into anything tornadic at this time, but we are seeing the potential for heavy rain again to kind of reach the West Bank, uptown, mid-city. You guys are not out of the clear for rain yet, but for the most part, these severe storms are winding down and moving east. Here's a look at what we're seeing to the north again, putting that on the latest frame so that you can see we still do have that tornado warned storm again in northern St. Tammany, southern Washington, and moving toward Pearl River County, as well as some very heavy rain along the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
All right. I think thanks, Shelby. And we're going to go over to Christy here in a second. But just it looks like the back half of this energy is here. And so I think we are just about ready to close the books on this thing.
Good news. Get people through this event in the in the Folsom area and hopefully not Bush, but
Pearl
in the meantime,
River and
Pearl
Hancock,
River and that.
yeah.
All right. In the meantime, let's go to Christy and because some roads are messed up.
All right, thank you, guys. Yes, right now we do have an update for commuters. The Chef Endowment exits from the high-rise are still shut down. Also, Chef Highway between Wilson Avenue and I-510, that's also closed because of debris on the roadways. Of course, we've been telling you about that for quite some time. So heading to New Orleans East could be a bit of a trouble for you right now. Fox 8's Mag Ghetto, she's also in the east, and she tells us the Reed Boulevard is really backed up. So we have a lot of activity in New Orleans East right now. If I would just advise you to kind of stay put if you do not have to travel, because once again, Chef Highway is closed basically from the interstate to I-510, and then also you're going to have some trouble exiting from the high-rise. So just keep that in mind. Also, we have this accident here, 610 East at Franklin. We have a car facing the wrong way, so that's blocking one lane. Just a heads up, headed toward the high-rise. And then we also just got notice that RTA service has cut back from going to New Orleans East near Chef. The Danziger Bridge is also shut down, so we're dealing with a lot in New Orleans East area. Some slick interstates as well could still be out there. And if you want to stay close to any updates, you can follow us on Twitter at Kate Coleman Fox 8. Free Fox 8 mobile app, fox8live.com, and right here as well if you have any questions about what's going on right now. But the biggest thing right now is Chef is closed between I-510 and I-10. Let's send it back to the desk right now.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Christy. Let's check in now with Meg Gatta. She's in New Orleans East, where, as you can imagine, the conditions there are causing a big problem with the traffic. Meg.
Well, Liz, we have been through absolute gridlock in some of the streets around this neighborhood with the severe damage. We're on Bundy right now. My photographer, Amal Brown, and I had to walk several blocks in order to get here, and that's because so many streets are shut down right now in New Orleans East. Coming off the interstate, as Christy said, a number of the exits, first of all, were shut down. Dowman, Chef Mento Highway. We were able to get off. We made our way along Reed Boulevard, tried to get onto Lake Forest. That was shut down. A portion of Dwyer was shut down. A portion of Bundy is shut down. Police are out there urging people to stay away from this area. The few motorists who have been able to get in here are just facing absolute gridlock. If we can walk over here, Amal, and we'll take a look at, you can see some of the traffic. These are cars now exiting Bundy where the damage is. There are others trying to get in here, but again, NOPD officers are stationed throughout this neighborhood trying to keep people out because we are only just a few blocks here now from the most severe damage. Again, as Christy said, it's absolute gridlock out there. A lot of issues on the roadways right now. So if you can, I would avoid this area at all costs. If you do happen to make it over here, you are going to sit in traffic for quite some time. We met a number of people who were leaving work, trying to get to their homes, trying to assess the damage, but you are going to sit in traffic if you make it to this area of New Orleans East. We're going to have more updates for you live from New Orleans East coming up in just a little bit. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thanks a lot there. It's really been a tough day for New Orleans East.
Yeah, I mean, and really for the entire area. Let's remember there's some damage out in the western river parishes, we think, and extending out to around the Sunshine Bridge, and there's been spotty reports of damage we've seen in Old Jefferson, other areas. I mean, we got really lucky on that Madisonville storm. I'll say this right now, this was blown, this forecast. This was blown big time by the Storm Prediction Center and by us underestimating the strength of this system. We were in a marginal risk for severe weather as of last night, which is, I mean, just what it means. Like, not much is probably going to happen.
Yeah, like the second level out of 5.
And then all of a sudden this morning, you know, some of that data came in and boom, we went to an enhanced risk. But at that point, everything was underway. So nobody saw this kind of a widespread tornado outbreak across our area today. And even if it was a good forecast, for us to actually have something like this verify is just very unusual.
This is, by the way, you're looking at reporter Rob Krieger's Facebook Live feed, which he's got. It's just a still at the moment, but he's got some damage there in New Orleans East near Michoud. And then, you know, one of the reports we heard there was some possible roof damage to the National Finance Center, which is a payroll office, a major payroll office for the federal government. Some 1,000 employees work out there in the Michoud area, so we'll be trying to get more information. And then that, we believe, would have been the cell. That's the chef.
Wow,
We've been calling it the Chef Mento, but that's the one that brought that damage.
That is a huge, I mean, we call it a wedge tornado, just a large, it's hard to tell from here how wide it might have been. We'll learn that, but that's...
Well, and that's the striking thing, you know, we've showed, and at some point we'll show again the images. A number of people got images of the Madisonville tornado, and we're actually trying to turn at the moment some video, which we just got into the newsroom. But, you know, that was one of those little lines that came down and sort of stuck down from the cloud. This thing is a cloud on the ground.
Right, and that's when I saw the Madisonville picture. We talked about it earlier, John. That tornado appeared to be what we call roping out, and that means the circulation is falling apart. And that's what was happening in Madisonville. The Madisonville tornado, when it was out west, probably looked like the New Orleans East tornado, but fortunately, it was over, you know, a lot of rural areas. There's the Madisonville one. See the difference? That is a weakening tornado most of the time, but you know, what we were seeing in New Orleans East was more than the real deal. Again, looking at the damage that we're seeing in New Orleans East, just casual observation tells me that this is a strong tornado, which is defined as EF2 or greater. And EF2 begins at 110 miles per hour, similar to a Category 3. It goes to about 135, 137. If we estimate the winds are stronger than that, then it would bring it into an EF3, and that would be starting to get into unprecedented territory for the metro New Orleans area, or very slim history of it. We're going to be pulling all that together for you as the afternoon goes along to put it in perspective.
This once again is Rob Krieger. This is a live video you're watching. He's out in the east near the NASA, the Michoud facility out there, where there are reports of a lot of damage to cars. And we're not hearing of any injuries yet, but we do know that it is significant, the damage that is happening right there near the Michoud area.
Through all of this, through all these tornadoes, and we count something approaching 10 tornadoes conservatively in southeastern Louisiana, beginning in the Sorrento area. In New Orleans East, we have reports of 12 people being hurt 2 in serious condition out of the 5, according to the mayor, that required hospitalization. In Orleans and Jefferson, 10,000 customers were without power at last check. We'll try to update that number for you. There were several dozen people who were without electricity in the Mandeville area. I don't have anything at this point on Washington St. Tammany, which of course is a big swath of that area, is especially in Folsom and even areas in Mandeville. In that general area, there are some Washington St. Tammany customers.
But when you see that massive tornado that touched off near Reed, and you see the magnitude of it, we're blessed that we're not standing here reporting any deaths. You went over the 12 people that were injured, a couple of them in serious condition, 5 to trauma center, 2 in serious condition, but still the damage is extensive that was left behind one after another. They just keep coming in, lined up like a parade, one tornado forming one after the other. So it is really amazing that we have no reports of deaths so far.
And people, that doesn't mean that it wasn't scary. The woman in the RV park that Greg Adeline talked to a moment ago, who described everybody running outside. Remember, they're in trailers, so the worst place in the world you could ever be is in any kind of a recreational vehicle or in a mobile home. Got outside, people being thrown to the ground who could not move because in the force of the winds. One thing I do want to mention, just from a public safety standpoint, is a note. There are a lot of straight line winds involved in this too, in some of this damage. There will be power lines down. Do not assume as you go back to your home that if you are seeing a power line down that the juice has been cut. Assume that it is a live wire and be very careful as you get around.
John, I want to go over with Viper and Bruce Cats for a moment. We've got a couple of new warnings that have come out, and we need to get updated on that. That's for, well, go ahead, let's go over to Bruce. And Shelby's on Viper. Let's see, Bruce Cats. Can we get, there we go.
All right, here we go. All right. So here's what we're looking at now. In fact, somebody just called me. They say they live right over the border, just to the east of Sun and Bush, and they're concerned about this storm. And, it's something that we should be concerned about because this storm has had a history, again, of a tornado in Watson, Louisiana, that was in Livingston Parish. And this thing has traveled over 100 miles and pretty much held its own. So what we're looking at is basically in this vicinity here, we're looking at possible rotation where we're seeing winds coming to and from the radar, which would indicate that we are seeing spin in the atmosphere. Now, again, this is a dangerous situation because with winds and hail, we could see the possibility of yet a tornado developing, if not one now, moving to the east of Sun and Bush, and as it continues to move eastward toward Carrier and also into McNeil. Now, here's Future Scan. Shelby Latino putting that in for us, and you'll notice in the next hour, it's all gone. So this is going to be another 30 to 45 minutes for Sun and Bush, and then moving eastward and even east now of the I-59 corridor. 55 has just been nailed all day long with tornadoes and winds, and now 59 is going to get the brunt of it as it moves eastward. But once again, what we're watching for is now, within that warned area, we are looking at areas, Sun and Bush, you're going to be under the gun in the next 2 minutes. So now get into your safe area, into the interior of your home. Remember, get as close inside, lower floor, maybe in a bathtub, something as low as possible. Because as that storm begins to move eastward, you could certainly get a lot of winds, if not tornadic winds. Look at the hail. 3 inches or greater on the hail threats, and most of the tornadoes all morning and early afternoon long have been up to 3 inch in diameter. So 3 inch diameter hail tells us that we're getting a lot going on in the atmosphere. You got a lot of lift, it goes up into the atmosphere, and then you get these basically recirculation of these ice particles that go back up, they come down, they refreeze, they go back up. As a result, as the winds continue to blow, we're going to be watching the effects of that hail and also very heavy rains. Now notice we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now. This is for I-10 over toward Biloxi and also Gulfport and Pascagoula. So these areas here in DeMoss Point, we're watching out for severe thunderstorm warning. Now the difference between a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning is that the dynamics in rotation aren't there, but winds up to 55 or greater, and also hail in diameter of about 1 to 2 inches are possible. So that is the difference between a tornado warning, where we have the actual tornadic development, and also the spin in the winds. to the difference of a severe thunderstorm warning. That difference is a lot of gusty winds as well as the possibility of hail. Farther south and west in the city, into Future Scan, we've got a little more to go. I would say after 3 o'clock, we're going to be totally done with this mess. But once again, we're going to see a few more showers moving in. It looks as though these over the last hour have not really pulsed up or gotten any stronger. As a result, whatever rain that does move in and develop, I think it will be on the moderate to heavier side. But basically, this storm system east of I-59, the one that we're seeing the warning that's been extended, that will begin to move eastward out of Louisiana in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And then finally, in the next 30 to 40 minutes, moving eastward from McNeil over to Carrier and Ozona. This is that situation we're watching. In fact, again, a viewer called in, very concerned about her area here. I would certainly get into your safe place in the next couple of minutes. Fox 8, we're going to be on top of it for you. And the VTI, here's that Viper Tornado Index. When you start seeing around a 4, that's on the lower end of the scale of tornadic development, but still, it's still high enough to prompt a definite warning. So the alarm bells go off at about a 4. When you start seeing a 5 or a 6 on this number, that's where we've seen those big tornadoes that we've seen all morning long, basically from the North Shore down to the South Shore as well. So Sun, Bush, moving eastward toward Carrier, also toward areas of Ozona. You're going to be watching out over the next 15 to 30 minutes. These are moving your way. In fact, here are some of your times from 1:43 to Isabel, to Sun at about 1:50, right around 2 o'clock to Henley Field. Then we see Mill Creek and then McNeil coming in at about 2:08. This is on the extreme eastern side. So what we're doing is we're taking some of the communities out in time, and then you'll notice from the earlier to the later standpoints, these are the times we expect the storm system to be in or near your vicinity as it moves eastward, finally by 2:30 to about 3 o'clock. So this is still a dangerous situation on the North Shore as we will watch. But the good news, if we can put it on the latest image now, Shelby, and then kind of take a wider view, we can show you that things have really died down. So anywhere from to the south of Laplace, coming in around areas of Lafitte, this activity is going to move in. Nothing major there. Once we get this out of South Louisiana in the next 30 minutes, that should be pretty much it. And then I do expect more than likely between 2:30 and 3 o'clock, all the watches for southeast Louisiana, they will be dropped, albeit we're still under a watch through 5 o'clock. It looks like that watch will be more shifted eastward as time goes on. So we have another hour to go, I would say. That should be pretty much it. Things are really settling down from Macomb to Baton Rouge to Houma, so things are really nicely drying up as the eastward areas will continue to see that potential of some of those strong storms. And also, once again, the Mississippi Gulf Coast around Gulfport, Biloxi, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, winds of 55 or greater, 1 to 2 inch hail, as well as some strong straight line winds. So that's pretty much it. So Shelby, I think that's pretty much what we have right now on the radar. That final one continuing to move out of Louisiana now, and I think we'll put this thing to bed in the next 30 minutes to about an hour.
And something that's encouraging, Bruce, kind of looking at the bigger picture here, for our friends to our east, who we know have endured certainly some tornadoes of their own. We're looking at a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings indicating some strong winds and, as Bruce mentioned, hail associated with those storms, but the dynamics not quite there for tornado formation at this time. So we are seeing a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings as this system moves east into parts of eastern Mississippi, western Alabama, and ultimately Florida and Georgia. But at this time, not seeing those tornadic storms forming. So while we've had to endure that today, good news for our neighbors is that at this time, even though there's strong storms moving through, it doesn't appear that they are producing tornadoes at this time. And it also appears that we'll be soon done with these tornadic storms as that system, again, right there in northern St. Tammany, southern Washington, and moving into Pearl River County. As we do see that storm kind of fizzling out, we'll be settling down as well.
Out there, Shelby, and some really powerful images we've seen today. It's just a lot of devastation, and it's going to be a rough couple of hours for people now coming home checking out the damage.
Well, and a couple of things. You always get sightseers, and officials make that warning that please don't get out there and sightsee. We're trying to deal with it. In this case, anybody trying to get to New Orleans East, just trying to get home can be a major problem right now. Meg Gatto went through just gridlock, as she described it, trying to get out to the east. So there's not a lot of fun sightseeing to be had in that sense, if you will. People who obviously want to get home to check on their homes have gone through it, just in addition to the angst, a couple hours of a really rough ride home.
And if you're heading I-10, the exit at Downman is closed. Just a number of bottlenecks you're going to find because a lot of areas will be shut off while emergency crews try to, like you were pointing out earlier, especially so many power poles that are down, lines that are down, and the importance of watching that as you're walking back to your home.
Well, at least it's not like a hurricane where you've got, hours and hours of hurricane force or tropical storm force winds and they can't get out in it. In this case, I'm sure straight line winds probably had some effect on it too. David, in terms of, so that they hopefully will get to it, in terms of what happened here, you talked about the forecast. The Severe Storm Prediction Center has been pretty good really at predicting most of these storms, but in your view they kind of didn't capture this one, to put it nicely.
No, and they are, let me be clear, they are an excellent organization for the United States government, and Storm Prediction Center, that is the equivalent of the National Hurricane Center for severe storms and tornadoes. And we're not perfect. I mean, we miss them occasionally. And this one was way under forecast. On top of it, the initial thinking was the worst of it would be way north and east of us. And that's not what happened, but that's the way it goes. We did get the watches out this morning. They did up our potential for tornadoes early this morning, but it wasn't until really around 7 a.m. When the event was underway. One interesting thing to note is I noticed that this is a large enough disaster now that Facebook has created a safe mark for it. And so there are people online marking them safe for the New Orleans tornado, as we have a very wide area of real estate that appears to be affected, especially across portions of New Orleans East. And again, looking at these pictures, again, this is a strong tornado, definitely an EF2. It could be even stronger than that, but judging by that, and again, that means winds greater than 110 miles per hour, potentially as high as 130, 140 miles per hour.
Yeah, they would be more concentrated, obviously, than a hurricane, but you would be talking about, if you're in that house or in that subdivision, you're talking about living through the effects of a Category 3 storm.
That is correct. And again, over a much smaller scale area, as everybody realizes the difference between a tornado and a hurricane. But you can see all kinds of different material. This is a forensic exercise once a tornado happens. And basically, there's meteorologists that are experiencing this, and there's even, forensic type engineer people that can come in, and we know how different types of material reacts to different types of wind. So to judge how strong this tornado is, you look at, well, how widespread is the damage, what kind of damage there is, what kind of buildings are being damaged, and how extensive are the buildings themselves being damaged. Are they brick? Are they metal frame? Or are we looking at wood houses? That sort of thing. But clearly, the buildings have suffered considerable damage, that of what I would consider a strong tornado.
And then in the case of a weaker tornado, and some of these will be weaker, they would look at the nature of the damage and whether there's evidence of circulation and things being twisted around.
How badly the trees were damaged, were they completely uprooted, how far debris might have been carried. It's a little more difficult, over open rural areas, obviously, than when you actually have a target hit.
Back in the day, before you were born, David, there used to be a booth announcer who would come on when you had severe weather, and he would say, from the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch, conditions are favorable, blah, blah, blah. And for a warning, you didn't have a meteorologist you went to, you didn't take live radar, you just have a little map maybe, and the booth announcer would say, the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, meaning that officials somewhere had a credible sighting of a tornado. In this case, you were seeing tornadoes and damage show up on radar technology before people were, posting Facebook videos or officials were saying, yes, it's a confirmed tornado.
Yeah, I mean, the tornado debris signature is what we're talking about. And again, the second time ever that we detected one on Viper happened today. We actually detected the tornado debris signature, our Viper one, with the storm that was out west of Madisonville as that was coming out to the east.
Let's check, speaking of damage, some much more of that right now. Meg Gatto is in New Orleans East near Bundy Road. Meg.
Liz, take a look at the damage here. Look at this house. The woman who lives here tells us she was inside, she was watching the news, she saw the warnings. She and her son heard what sounded like a train. They hit the floor. The next thing she knew, the roof is gone, the windows are blown out. look at the damage. It's just unspeakable. And as you look down the block here on Bundy, almost every house looks like this. Parts of the roofs are gone. The entire roof is gone. Power lines are in yards. Trees are everywhere. This woman's car, the windows are blown out of the car. The car is totaled. It's unbelievable. The good news here, this family made it out okay. They were not damaged. In fact, I see the homeowner here, Yvette. Yvette, tell us, how did you survive this?
By the grace of God. We took shelter, and, you know, all the stuff that they've been telling you to do when there was a warning, we did it. Got on the ground, went for cover, and next thing you know, it just happened.
You look up, your roof is gone. I mean, your things are everywhere, all over the yard, all over the house.
It's gone. It's like a bomb hit it.
When you look at everything, how does this make you feel? How does this make you feel?
Well, like I say, I just thank the grace of God that we was able to get out, and like I said, this can be repaired. So I'm not even worried about that.
Yeah.
So, but it's just the idea that we got out safe.
Do you think you're still in shock? I mean, you're holding up considerably well. I mean, this just happened.
My heart is constantly beating. I'm in shock. People asking me questions, and I still can't answer them like I want to because, like I said, I got to think. But yes, I'm still in shock.
As we look around this street, I mean, I see one NOPD squad car down there keeping people out. There's one fire truck here, but there aren't any other emergency officials.
No, they was here.
They were here earlier.
Here. Yeah, they was here, and I mean, when it hit, we had so many of them here. They left. I guess it must be so much damage further down, so they're helping them. But yeah, they've been here.
Have you ever been through anything like this before?
No, never. Never in my 54 years, no.
Unbelievable, but thank God you made it out okay.
Yes.
You and your son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, let's take another live look over here at the damage at Yvette's home, at the home next door. I mean, look at this. You've got water coming out. If you look down there, water coming out from, I guess that might have been the sink in the kitchen. The water's now spouting out through, there are no walls left, but what used to be a room there. It's just incredible. And if you look over here, Amal, if we pan over to the right, we've got a power line and a power pole down crossing Bundy here. Just incredible damage. The trees are broken in half. There are debris. Actually, if we pan up to the tree, the top of the tree, you can see siding up in the top of the tree. That's how far it flew. And on the other side of Bundy, there's a huge metal dumpster. I'm not sure if there was a house under construction or being renovated. That dumpster has been tipped over. Its contents are all over the street. You've got bricks here in the street. We've seen mailboxes, heavy-duty metal mailboxes just snapped in half all over the place. This neighborhood and these folks here saying they have never been through anything like this before. Just incredible damage here on Bundy. Again, emergency officials were here earlier. They tell us surveying the damage, making sure that everybody was okay. And obviously it's going to be a lot of cleanup here on Bundy as they continue to assess the situation. It's the very latest here in New Orleans East. Meg Gatto, Fox 8 News. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Meg. You wanted to give us an update?
Yeah, let's just take a look at Viper real quick, guys. And we still have this tornado warning that is in effect. Okay, so for eastern portion, northeastern St. Tammany Parish, we still have what looks to be a small hail core there. Potentially 2-inch diameter hail would be indicated with the particular core between Talashique and Waldheim, and it's moving to the east. Now, the good news is, Bruce is on Viper. I didn't see much on the velocities, Bruce, with this. So it definitely has the potential to still be a severe storm as it pushes in across the Pearl River and where that notch across Pearl River into southwestern Pearl River County. So we want to stay alert, especially as far east as Picayune, to see if this strengthens, but it really is not showing that potential. And just to put everybody at ease, let's do a wide view there on the reflectivity, Bruce, and we can see that's it. There's one storm, it looks like down near Lake Salvador. We've been watching that one, and it hasn't done much. We're going to watch it. We still have a tornado watch in effect, but it looks like this horrible weather day is coming to an end as far as the severe weather threat. I want everybody to stay alert, stay with us. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be with you for the rest of the afternoon, but there is that potential. We could have one or two more isolated strong to severe storms across the area.
Morning, Hancock Pearl River.
Okay, so they're going to extend the severe thunderstorm warning, right?
Yep.
Okay, so they're going to extend the severe thunderstorm warning in the Hancock and Pearl River for that storm coming out of St. Tammany, but they're dropping the tornado warning. So it's still a strong storm, some severe hail possible, but again, the overall intensity of these storms dropping, and we're not going to see anything else redevelop out west, Baton Rouge, Hammond, Houma. The threat is past those areas, and once this little cell south of New Orleans that's over central Jefferson Parish near Lafitte gets by, I'm going to feel a lot better about everything.
Now, on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, they haven't seen the watches and the warnings that we have here, David. You can see it's even moving past some areas on the coast, but how much of a heads up should people feel there? They haven't had the same intensity.
Right. Those rotating storms, in fact, the potential tornadic storm that went over Orleans Parish, that stayed south over the Gulf as a strong water spout or tornado. And so we've had a severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect. It may still be in effect for Biloxi and Pascagoula, but they've had a lot of rain. I mean, they've had some big storms, they've had some small to moderate size hail, but not anything like the intensity just further west over us. And so there's good news there. I've not seen any reports of damage on the Gulf Coast.
No, they've probably had some straight line winds, but as far as we know, and let us know if you know otherwise on the Gulf Coast, but as far as we know, not any significant damage. We do have in New Orleans East, according to the mayor, reports of 12 people being hurt. 5 people required hospitalization. 2 are hospitalized in serious condition. That's the last we had in terms of the injuries. 10,000 people, at least at the height of this, were without electricity. 10,000 customers in Orleans and in Jefferson Parish. And you have marveled at times, David, about this. We just do not get tornadoes in South Louisiana.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
are classic
this
funnels
is taking
like
my breath away every time I see this, because that's a bad tornado, and we know it now by the damage that we're seeing out there in the east. I mean, we have 12 being reported injured. I hope it's not more than that. I mean, that number has not changed, and if we can get out of this without any fatalities, we are going to be really, really lucky.
Well, and it may very well, and this, by the way, is new video, and I thought at first, you can see, this gets shot from different angles, so this is some new video that the viewer has sent in to us.
And if you look closely there, when it comes by again, you see some flashes. That's not lightning. Those are power lines that are being run over. And so a lot of times at night, when we have tornadoes, sometimes the only way we know a tornado is on the ground is by seeing flashing, and that's from the power lines. And I saw some there a minute ago.
The transformers blowing.
Yes.
And then the other thing you'll notice is this is video that we're looping. It's about 40 seconds, actually. You can see the debris in the air. Now, we don't have the perspective to know how high. I've seen... I was in a tornado in 30 some odd years ago in the Midwest where there were cars throwing 60 feet into the air.
Easy.
Very, very powerful tornado. But although in some ways more compact, that's the other thing about them is you get sometimes these tornadoes that are compact, and then some of the classic storms that they'll have in places like Oklahoma that are massive clouds.
Right, and even, tornadoes are like hurricanes in that sense. I mean, there are tornadoes that can be violent tornadoes. They can be EF5 tornadoes on the highest scale, and they can be very tiny, John. They don't have to be huge. And think about
there, by the way, is the debris that we're talking about.
Right, and the flash comes along there too. And hurricanes are the same way. You think back to a storm like Hurricane Andrew, tiny storm, but violent with 200-mile-per-hour winds. And then on the other side, you could have a Wilma or an Ike. That's enormous, but maybe not as strong.
So we talked about, the prediction center has been very good. The Storm Prediction Center at forecasting these things, kind of missed this one until the last minute. What happened here in terms of the clash of the cold and warm air?
Well, we're going to have to go back. That's going to be the post-mortem meteorologically to determine exactly, what was underestimated by humans and by computer models on this. The most obvious thing and what really sparked this severe weather outbreak was not so much that we had cold air clashing with warm air, but we had violent energy in the atmosphere, strong winds in the atmosphere, blowing in our direction, intersecting with Gulf winds. And probably what happened is 2 things. One, the computer models may have underestimated the strength of those winds. And the second thing is underestimated the positioning of those winds, which obviously ended up being much further south once they were observed this morning. Hence the reason the risk area was dropped flat on top of us by 7 o'clock.
And we have seasons of the year here in New Orleans, where it's, you know, it's carnival season or it's festival season, all the rest, and there are seasons for weather, and although we don't get a lot of these kind of events in South Louisiana, to the extent that we do get them, it's not that surprising that it comes fairly early in the year. As the warm air shifts, as I understand it, what will happen is you'll start to see storms flare up in places like Arkansas, Missouri, and then a little bit later, maybe around April or so, then you're talking about those massive storms in Oklahoma.
Right, in the springtime. Now, of course, in the winter, depending on what kind of winter it is, we can have severe weather all winter long, as obviously the warm air is located closest to us over the Gulf, and it does start migrating to the north. February, March, early April, that's some of our most active time.
Well, and I'm sure there had to be viewers who were sitting in, you know, no rain in places, maybe it had rained, who were saying, why are they still on? The reason we stayed with this for so long wasn't just the damage, which we're now covering, but was the fact that so many people were under tornado warnings, which are, you know, we don't get that many tornado warnings, and we certainly don't get events where there's a tornado warning, meaning that there's probably or very likely a tornado somewhere. Not
well,
just
that was the difference today, is that we had radar and ground truth of not just tornadoes, large tornadoes. The one that passed south of Baton Rouge and fortunately fell apart just as it got to Madisonville. That one was an extremely large tornado. And then the one, this developed literally right over the city. I mean, we watched this circulation tighten up right over Jefferson Parish, where we have some damage there in Old Jefferson and over the causeway. And then, you know, I'm going to go back and look at it, but we were sitting there talking on the air, and when I saw that hook in New Orleans East, I don't know if you remember, I was talking about the debris ball. I could actually see an area of high reflectivity on the radar at the tip of the notch, indicating to me that we had a large amount of debris associated with that tornado as it moved through the east. And now we've got all the evidence that we need looking at these terrible pictures.
Yeah, there was, by the way, according to officials in Jefferson Parish, they have now confirmed, David, I'm sure you'll tell me that nothing's confirmed until officially the Weather Service says so with the forensic look that they take. Jefferson Parish has confirmed that a tornado did touch down in Jefferson Parish, in Old Jefferson, near Jefferson Highway in St. George today. There were no reports of injuries there. Governor Edwards, by the way, will travel to tour the site of the storm damage in Orleans Parish, where, as far as we know, I think this pretty much confirms that the damage is the most serious, with those 11 or 12 people being injured today. The governor is supposed to hold some kind of a briefing sometime in the 3 o'clock hour, so we'll hear later this afternoon from the governor. You know, there are people out there who, in the case of someone Greg Adeline talked to a short while ago, a woman who has lost her home. She was in an RV park. We don't know how many people are affected, but she needs some help, perhaps from the Red Cross.
You know, Bruce is pointing out something over on our satellite picture, which, you know, confirms what I was saying. And that upper low dug very far to the south, right across our area. So we had the strongest winds in the atmosphere right over South Mississippi and Southeast Louisiana, and that's how we ended up the way we did. And again, just some of the guidance was not that good at predicting it that far out.
Well, we have some new, we have something. This will be live, by the way, and as I bring in my colleague Shelley Brown to join us here in our coverage, David, we're going to take a picture from our reporter Rob Krieger, who we cannot hear, but Rob is out there with one of those Facebook Lives. There is the live Facebook image coming to us from reporter Rob Krieger, who's been out in the east, where we're seeing some of the more serious damage in the Michoud area. There were reports of some damage there. You know, there are government buildings out there. NASA has some buildings. New Orleans is home to something called the National Finance Center, which is essentially the payroll office for about 650,000 federal employees in more than 100 agencies around the country. 1,000 people work out there. There was some report earlier of some damage to the building. So it's been a busy day here around the area, and let's listen in just a little bit to Rob.
Trying to make sure that the bathroom door wouldn't fly open and debris wouldn't come in, and they said they were just kind of clutching each other, waiting and praying that the tornado would pass quickly. Clearly, everyone was safe. They say no one was injured when they walked out, just debris everywhere. On top of there, the roof, there's some damage. And then back, we're trying to kind of give you a different look. This way you can see, zoom in back this way, you can see that that other building back there, just crumpled at one point. So definitely a lot of damage here. I want to walk over this way. We'll show you some of this other area. Again, we are in New Orleans East. This is near the corner of Michoud and Old Gentilly, right here in Nassau. Kind of give you a look. A lot of folks out here just still kind of assessing this damage. I'm going to go ahead and walk back here, and I'll meet up with Chris just to kind of give you guys a look at this building here. Guys, how we doing? All right, so take a look at this. Clearly the structure wasn't necessarily the most sound structure to be in a tornado because of that thin corrugated metal, but you can just see how it's ripped it apart, and there's still some, heavy duty metal there that looks like it was the skeleton of the building just crumpled upon each other. Just the entire roof ripped off here. And as you can see, that insulation just thrown all about the place. Insulation here, all over the cars, just smattered onto the windshields. You can see some of these cars, again, like I said before, some of these cars were already part of accidents. This is a bit of a junkyard, so it's not uncommon to see some of this damage like this, which may have been from an accident. But then you see these broken windshields, a broken sunroof there, you see broken windows there. You have to assume that some of this damage may have actually been from the storm itself. But take a look at that building again there. It's just completely crumpled into itself. That heavy duty metal just ripped and rippled, taken apart. And then look at this. This old oak tree is completely tangled with that insulation and that corrugated metal just wrapped in there like a ball of yarn, just twisted up into this craggled tree here. Clearly the tree stood, but okay, so I didn't see this before, but we'll kind of give you a look back here. We're both seeing this. We're all seeing this together for the first time. That looks like it's part of the building right there. Several feet away from where it once was. So either that portion of the building or maybe something off of that building there, but just completely blown away.
All right, you're listening to Rob Krieger, who is live on Facebook right here in New Orleans East, the area of Michoud and Old Gentilly Road. We're going to take a break, John, from Rob right now and go over to Bruce, who has an update on a warning in Mississippi.
That is right. The last warning that we're seeing right now, Shelley, seems to be moving away from southeast Louisiana, just now crossing over the border, coming into Mississippi right near Picayune and those areas. It looks like it's going to continue to move eastward. And the good news is that this feature is not really strengthened too much. As a result, the yellow box that's blinking indicates a severe thunderstorm warning. A red box would indicate a tornado warning. So the difference is dynamics in the atmosphere, where with this feature, we're not expecting a lot of rotation. However, a thunderstorm warning means winds of 55 or greater, possibility of hail up to 1 to 2 inches, if not greater, and also some of the straight line winds and some heavy rain. So what we'll do is, let's come in a little bit closer now. We can kind of show you some of the communities that we're looking at from Ozona all the way to Picayune and Caesar. So these areas, once again, it looks like a bit farther south of Caesar, will be moving basically on a straight line, pretty much due east, if not a little north of due east. So that's the only warning we have left. I'm going to back out for you now, and fortunately, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Here's that warning we just talked about now, coming along I-59. South Shore, a little lone shower coming in along the West Bank and farther south to Lafitte. But notice, we see nothing at all developing into the western part of the state. As a result, that should be pretty much it. So before we move on, I want to show you here that from Estelle down to Dalcourt to Bertramville, seeing a few showers there moving in. I'll put these into motion for you. And really, overall, these are not strong to severe. They're just some moderate showers moving in toward Belchase, and those should be out of the area coming in the next 30 minutes or so. Let's move on very quickly. David Bernard was talking about the energy, and we were discussing just off camera that, the European model may have actually captured this a little bit better, indicating that we would see the energy come farther south. Now, you'll notice, look at the big dip in the jet stream. What we see is a huge dip, and the feature itself is right here. So look from New Orleans to basically Jackson. The heart of the feature was that far south. As a result, on the back side of it, that's where we got all the severe weather threats coming in. So that feature, normally not this far south on a regular basis, Normally they're farther north. It did move far enough south to where it did bring in that threat of strong storms and, again, severe weather. As a result, it was a lot closer to New Orleans, where yesterday we were under the marginal risk. That was the lowest risk, and then slight risk coming in, not even in northern viewers, but off to the northeast from Jackson heading over toward Birmingham. So the big difference was that system swung a bit farther south. And again, real estate, timing, distance, it all matters in weather, because the closer you get to the main dynamic, you can see it right in this vicinity here, the more threat of severe weather. And indeed, that is pretty much what happens. So once again, I'll tell you, Shelley, this has been an unprecedented tornado outbreak. We've seen a couple of outbreaks before, but I've never seen the width and also how wide and large these storms were. So again, major storm outbreak, but the good news is things are beginning to finally settle down just a bit. We're going to toss it back to you guys. We have a lot going on right now. In fact, the anchors are getting information coming in. So it looks like in the next 30 to 40 minutes, I'm going to put Viper radar back on. It looks as though the bulk of the activity will be gone, and as it is, it looks like the cleanup efforts will begin as we continue to see just a lot of damage coming in. The Fox 8 weather team, we're all over the area. We're going to be bringing you live pictures and live video, as well as reports coming in from those areas. So again, do not venture out to areas that you know that are damaged. Let the emergency vehicles come in. Let Entergy do their work. We still have some possible injuries. So again, if you can stay out of the areas that have been hit, that is the best information we can give you right now. So John, toss it back to you. And again, this is just a developing story that just continues to roll on.
Yeah, Bruce, a lot of congestion in the New Orleans East area, especially with the massive amount of damage, widespread damage. So if you could avoid that area, a lot of power lines down. We've seen that. It's going to take a while for crews to get that cleaned up.
And the last thing I need is to have a bunch of people out there sightseeing, and if you have some interest, I will tell you, people trying to get home are just having a nightmare with traffic. Greg Adeline is in New Orleans East. He's been talking to some of the victims.
Yeah, John and Shelley. And John, you just mentioned it, basically Chef Highway between the I-10 exit as well as Crowder over my shoulder here. This area is completely shut down. Police have more or less a perimeter set up here, not letting any traffic pass because first responders are the only ones that are allowed in. Reason being the damage is so substantial. I basically walked about that mile span from Crowder all the way to this point. I'm at Lonely Oak, and you can see just the extent of the damage. We have some pictures that we got. Rogelio Matas took them as he was in this area as well. The Sunflower Motel, just one of the areas along Chef Highway that sustained a good degree of damage. That building, portions of it collapsed. And again, I mentioned just a short time ago that this is an area of Chef Highway that's kind of commercial, residential, RVs, as well as motels are in this area. So a lot of people here, and we've been just commenting, even marveling at some points, just how densely populated this is and that there were no fatalities. Those who we've been talking to here in this neighborhood just talk about how big it was, how wide this tornado was, and at times it almost appeared to bounce in some ways. We're going to talk here with Sean Bernard. We're going to invite him in. He was in this RV park, the Jude Travel Park off of Chef Highway, and you survived and took some incredible pictures, nearly hit by some of the debris, including a dumpster that was tossed into the air. Unbelievable situation. Tell us what you saw.
I heard it was like raining, and then it got dead silent. And then when I heard a whistling noise, I went to look out the tent, and I just seen the dumpster coming at me. And at that point, it hit me. We went about 20, 30 yards, hit the ground. I rolled out the tent, and when I looked up, everything was just spinning all the way around me. It was about a good 50-yard distance, and it was like a wall of stuff just moving. And then I seen the trailer next door go up in the air, spin in the air, and then drop down on the ground. And then that's when a tree come flying past me, and at that point I ran for shelter.
It's just unbelievable to think that not only did you survive this, you were right in the middle of this thing. And it sounded as though, you know, as tornadoes do, it hits one thing, misses another, something could be untouched, the next thing could be completely destroyed.
Yeah, it's like everything hit, and then I watched it go, everything dropped, and it just went up in the air, and it looked like a little snake tail whipping up in the sky, and then it come right back down again. And that's when I seen it come up on the highway, and by that point, like I said, I ran.
Unbelievable. And you didn't sustain any major injuries?
No, I'm a little bruised up, but I'm just happy I'm alive now.
Just incredible. We're hearing, thank you so much, Sean. We appreciate you telling us our story. It's an incredible situation when you think about just how many people are in this area, and nobody, at least at this point, has been killed in all of this, but still some very serious injuries. 2 people were told were in very serious condition. 5 were taken to the trauma center, but we got an update from New Orleans Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Chief Michael Harrison, who in fact are headed back into this area right now. They're walking toward us down Chef Highway live here on Fox 8 News to give us the latest update. They've been back in that neighborhood assessing, even going door to door in some cases. When they first arrived, I was on Facebook Live and I was talking to the mayor as well as the chief, and they said that this was a disaster area and that they didn't have time to talk at that point simply because they wanted to make sure safety is the top priority, and they wanted to make sure that everyone was safe, and they were going door to door, in fact. And we've heard that there were some power outages here as well, perhaps up to 10,000 people without power as this tornado touched down. David had said it moments ago, an EF2 perhaps, 110 mile per hour winds. It's rare that we see tornadoes here in South Louisiana, even more rare that one would hit in a very densely populated area of New Orleans East. The mayor here coming to this scene for a press conference that we're awaiting momentarily, and we're going to continue to take this live. Basically, all the stories that we're hearing from people in not only these RV parks as well as in the motels, people were coming out with looks of bewilderment and kind of asking, what did we just see? And the pictures confirming that in the aftermath. Right now, the mayor is meeting people inside this International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 406, shaking hands. He's been down here trying to comfort people as best as he can, as has the Police Chief Superintendent Michael Harrison, giving us updates throughout the afternoon, letting us know a short time ago that there were 12 injured, 5 taken to the trauma center, as we mentioned, and 2 in serious condition. But we're going to get an update here momentarily live on Fox 8 News. We're going to get our microphone in here so we can hear the update.
LBJ, are you still working? All right, they're live, Mayor. You're live. First of all, to give you a second update, our tactical units.
Hold on, we don't have a mic.
By now, everybody knows that a very serious tornado touched down around midday in New Orleans East. It was a very violent touchdown, as you can see from the damage. It looks like it covers about a 2-mile north swath along the Chef Mento corridor. We have tactical units right now going door to door because always our first priority is loss of life. So the response from our EMS guys has been spectacular. Our police, our fire, our EMS, our federal partners are with us, our state partners are with us. As you guys know, the governor is en route and should be with us in about an hour. The White House has been in touch with City Hall. So we have a full complement of first responders on the ground making sure that we're securing life. We don't really have an update yet on the grid. We haven't found any other evidence of fatalities. Right now we have a couple of dozen folks that have minor injuries, and we have somewhere between 4 and 6 a little bit more serious injuries that we're not able to report in more detail on. Because some people are without homes, we're going to open up the Joe Brown Center this afternoon for sheltering, which is going to happen at around 3 o'clock. And the best estimate right now is we have about 10,000 structures that are without power. Entity's working really, really hard to get in that. There are 5,000 physical structures in the zone of impact as we speak. And so I'm going to let the chief and I'm going to let our guys kind of brief out on their specific areas, but we're acting as one team, one fight. Tactical units for the federal, state, and local guys are out there as we speak, and we're going to continue to work to make sure that, first of all, life is secure, and then we're going to secure property, and then we'll get to rebuilding. I will say to the people of New Orleans, we have had our fair share of tragedies, but you know, the people of New Orleans are as tough as they come, and our first responders are the best. So we'll get through this just like we got through everybody by partnering with each other, being patient, working hard, reaching out and helping each other step up, and we're going to be fine. It's just going to be a lot of hard work, and we have a lot of our fellow citizens that are hurt. So we ask, for your prayers, and we really are appreciative to the American people and to people of the state of Louisiana for supporting us in this very difficult time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief McConnell, and then to Chief Harrison, and then to the other folks as they come follow. Thank you.
Very proud of the first responders, the way they work together. The Unified Command worked well. The police and fire doing a search of the grid to ensure that everyone's out. That search is just about completing the grid, and at that point we will start a secondary search of the entire grid to ensure people are out and safe. So working hard to get it done, and we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo what the chief said. We're working well with all of our local, state, and federal partners. We're so thankful for our sheriff's departments from St. Bernard and from Plaquemines, send people out to help us, state police. All of our federal partners are here. And so we're working a coordinated search of the entire grid, high visibility patrols, and we're certainly doing damage assessment to ascertain how much damage was actually done. And so it is still a very dangerous area. Traffic is still blocked off from the interstate at Dowman. We're redirecting all traffic. The interstate is open, but closed at every off-ramp with the exception of Reed. Coming in westbound, it is still closed at Little Woods, and so we're still working with a lot of damage. A lot of power lines are down. A lot of gas lines are still broken. And so we're cautioning people not to come to East New Orleans. We're making resources available for those that may need shelter, for those that may need help, and our officers, along with other local, state, and federal partners, are out patrolling for high visibility, and certainly we'll have more details as they become available.
Thank you. Jeff Elder.
EMS began to respond once we had the initial reports for tornado in the area. We also activated our mutual aid to have mutual aid additional ambulances available for transport. We've had approximately 24 confirmed injuries. We've transported about 15 of those by ambulance, the rest showed up by personal vehicle, with about a half dozen moderate to severe injuries. So we continue to be part of the search and rescue process. We continue to make some contact with some minor injuries, and we'll let you know as we have more.
Right. Aaron Miller, Homeland Security.
Good afternoon. As the mayor mentioned, an ongoing unified command effort with our regional, state, and federal partners is in full effect. We've been in close contact with the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. The mayor will be making a declaration of a state of emergency, enacting additional resources from the state and federal level that can assist the city as we continue to lean forward for our residents.
Thank you. And finally, just as a wrap up, I know Curious killed the cat, but folks need to stay where they are and don't worry about coming out. Let these professionals do their jobs and make sure that the citizens out here have what it is that they need. We'll give you guys as much information as we can, as quickly as we can, and assure us we're going to get everybody back, in a safe place as quickly as possible. So with that, we thank you. We'll be back. We'll brief you guys in about another hour.
We'll be in an hour. Thank you. We'll take questions in about an hour.
All right. So there you have it. Mayor Mitch Landrieu giving an update, as well as plenty of other emergency responders, Fire Chief Tim McConnell, as well as Chief Michael Harrison with NOPD, talking about the effort underway here. I have to say the response was immediate, it was swift, and it was unprecedented. There are dozens upon dozens of first responders that swarmed this area off of Chef Highway in between Crowder and Dowman Road this afternoon to immediately respond to the dozens, if not hundreds of people that were affected by this in one way, shape, or form. You just heard the mayor say that there are approximately 24 people who sustained injuries, some more severe than others, 4 to 6 people with severe injuries, and we're awaiting the status of that. But again, it is difficult to really kind of wrap our minds around the size of this tornado that worked its way through New Orleans East. This was a large, substantial EF2 tornado with, as David Bernard said, 110-mile-per-hour winds in a densely populated area, and as of right now, there are no fatalities. That is difficult to fathom at this time, and again, the response right now is quite substantial. They're continuing to go door to door to make sure that everyone who possibly needs help is getting help at this time. Power's out in this area as well. 10,000 Entergy customers are without power as they work to restore it. But as I walked this distance from Crowder westward on Chef, there was not a building that wasn't touched in one way, shape, or form. There was damage, there was debris, there was the metal in the neutral ground, and also there was plenty of people who were receiving medical care right there, neighbors helping neighbors. And as of right now, it sounds as though there were no fatalities, as we mentioned. But again, the mayor urging people to stay out of this area. If you do have to drive anywhere near New Orleans East, make alternate plans, find another way to get around, because right now the biggest priority is making sure that everybody that might need help in this area gets help. But for now, that's the latest. We expect another update in an hour or so from not only the mayor, but also the police chief, fire chief, and Homeland Security officials. That's the latest out here in New Orleans East. For now, John and Shelley, let's send it back to you.
Greg, before you go, I mean, we get tornadoes in South Louisiana from time to time, but the size of this thing, based on the video that we've run here, is to put it mildly, very unusual. I mean, what are you hearing from people who witnessed this?
It's shock, John. They really can't put their mind around what they just saw, especially for those who are kind of in this storm's path. You heard the mayor just moments ago say that it cut a 2-mile long swath right through New Orleans East. Thousands of people in that area, some in not necessarily buildings, but in RVs. And so as this tornado bore down on them, it was just utter disbelief. And even after it passed, many kind of scratching their heads and, jaws dropping, wondering what just happened and counting themselves very fortunate that they survived it. But again, very rare here in the city of New Orleans that we see any sort of tornado like this, and then one that's an EF2 tornado with 110 mile per hour winds that just, there are warnings, obviously, but it happens so instantly, and a life can get disrupted just like that. And it sounds as though that's what happened in this neighborhood, and that's why everyone right now is still in shock, John.
All right, Greg, we really appreciate it. And the officials talked about it, John. There is searches underway in the impacted area, about 5,000 structures, according to the mayor, in this 2-mile area. So if you know someone who lives there, maybe an elderly person, a family member, a friend, reach out, try to get in touch with them and just make sure they're okay. We have teams all over the metropolitan area. Rob Masson is actually in Madisonville right now with some pretty incredible video we're hearing. Let's go ahead and go to Rob now.
That's right, Shelley. We are in the Gust Island subdivision about 5 miles west of Madisonville. You can see some of the damage to one of the homes behind me right here. We understand that home was up about 10 feet off the ground, literally blown off its foundation. Luckily, nobody inside. About a block away from here, though, there were some workers in a home who captured this video as this rather large storm blew through here around 11 o'clock this morning. They were working in the house. You could see them shoot the storm through the window. It looked to be maybe 50 to 75 yards wide at its base. As if we're rolling that video, you could see just the width of it. We saw some other pictures, though, of other waterspout looking like systems in this area earlier. Here in Gust Island, a total of 3 homes were damaged, tens of thousands of dollars worth of damage. One home, Marion Albanese, was inside when it blew through. She tried to shoot some video, too, as she went and sought shelter downstairs. Luckily, she is okay as well. Then there's another home here on Chenier Drive, about a $500,000 home that was up for sale, and it had half of the wall facing the southeast side of the structure, brick wall blown down on the other side, as well as some air conditioning equipment blown down as well. Of course, people were extremely scared when this was happening. Many people sought shelter in the downstairs sections of their homes as the storm blew through, but luckily there are no injuries out here in the Gust Island subdivision. We've got energy work crews out here right now trying to restore power to an area here. They say there is not widespread power outages in this area, but their coverage area ends about right here, and then Clico picks up just to the east of us over toward the Madisonville area. When this storm was first reported, a lot of people thought it went into the heart of Madisonville. That did not happen. Damage very, very minimal there. But talking to these energy work crews, they say a lot of power is out in the Manchac area to the west of us and down south as they try and get that restored as well. But as you can see, this is the most substantial damage here in the Madisonville area from that rather large tornado that blew through here about 2.5 hours ago. And we understand this dwelling was not occupied, but you can see Parish officials, homeowners now going through assessing the damage, trying to determine whether anything here can be saved. The 2 other structures I'm confident will be saved, though, but the homeowners there have some severe concerns about foundational cracks and the structure itself. But luckily no injuries out here at Gust Island as people survey the damage and try and figure out how they will move on from this point, guys.
All right, thanks very much, Rob Masson. We have what I understand is some pretty extraordinary video of Chef Highway. And, you know, the thing about the tornadoes is often people are quite a distance away, but there's a gentleman who posted on Instagram, his name is I Am Kino Beats, is his video that he posted. And he was quite a bit closer, you know, consider this is with a cell phone video, so he is right there as this thing rolls through. And David Bernard, I mean, there you see the debris flying in the air and the power of this thing.
Incredible. As we were saying earlier, just by the damage I'm witnessing and by this video, this was obviously a strong tornado, likely at least of EF2 category. We may find EF3 damage, John.
Again, I point out this is with a cell phone video, so this is more than likely a fairly wide angle. And you see the debris field.
That looks like a vehicle just moving across the screen. I don't know if you could see that just now, or something as big as a vehicle. We'll see that here.
It appears that this person was paralleling. You see those flashes? Those are the transformers blowing that we talked about earlier. It appears he was paralleling the tornado, which is actually good. That's what you want to be doing if you're quote-unquote chasing one. It looks like it's moving parallel to him, but that is an incredible storm. This developed, I mean, very, very quickly. You know, we have some damage in Old Jefferson. This was the beginning of that tornado in Old Jefferson. It was very weak, and it might have been a different one, but I think it was the same parent storm, and then it began to tighten up over the causeway in Gentilly, and right when it got east of Gentilly, because we had reports of some minor damage around Bayou St. John, and right after that is when this thing just took off, and the signatures we were getting on radar were frightening, to say the least, and obviously they're confirmed by these pictures. It's a miracle if this is what we end up with, 12 injured. It's a miracle.
Two dozen, they're saying.
Now 2 dozen now?
Half a dozen with moderate to severe injuries is what we just got a few minutes ago.
If we can get out of this without a loss of life, it's a miracle, because this is the real deal. This is probably going to be one of the stronger tornadoes on record for the city of New Orleans.
And you can't imagine what these people, what must have been going through their minds as they're on Chef Highway turning into some of these parking lots. And John, see that big structure? It looks like some type of vehicle just moving.
Sliding along, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks as big as a vehicle or like a dumpster or something.
Well, and you know, David, we're so accustomed to seeing, you know, those neat little water spouts or the funnels that are sort of they don't need to be unraveling because they never really get that revved up. This thing is one of those kinds of storms that you see in West Texas or you know, in Oklahoma.
Right, or you know, sometimes they get it, you know, North Mississippi even. They can get like this Tennessee, but there's a big difference between Tennessee and Southeast Louisiana. And today, I really think when we go back and look at it, and we're going to talk about this coming up later on in the newscast, and Bruce was pointing out earlier, that upper disturbance that we were tracking yesterday ended up being stronger and further south. And that means the most violent winds in the atmosphere ended up over us and not further to the north and east.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you know, much of the world looks at America for this tornado phenomenon because we are the tornado capital of the world. And almost as the rest of the world looks to America for tornadoes, we are accustomed to looking at tornadoes such as that in other parts of the country, not to the north, and not in our neck of the woods.
I'm redoing my research now. I have a moderate amount of it because I don't want to use the word unprecedented yet, but I can safely say this will be one of the strongest tornadoes on record for the city.
Well, you remember that outbreak we had, what was that, like a year ago or so?
The Convent tornado.
Yes. I mean, how does this, from what you're seeing in this video,
Well,
compare?
Interestingly enough, afterwards, the National Weather Service counted up the number of tornadoes that occurred that day for our region, and they include Baton Rouge as our region because they cover that area. And that was, I believe, it was the largest single-day tornado outbreak on record? I believe, yes, that was the largest single-day tornado outbreak on record for our region that day. And of course, all of that was off to our north and west. We're going to see where this ends up. Even if there's not as many, and there may be more, I don't know, certainly the strength of these tornadoes are going to match what we saw in Convent.
And that's a good point you make, because we were counting Jefferson Highway and Chef.
That
and
may
you
be
think
that may be a separate.
Right.
It may be, John. You know, you got to go back and look. Did the tornado lift? Did a new one form?
But I think it's good because we want to be as conservative as possible, and we are in the neighborhood of perhaps 10 tornadoes.
Yes.
Perhaps a dozen. We'll see what the
But
weather
I do
service says when
believe
it's over.
I do believe that, and there were two systems that came across the city, and so the timeline in my head is a little messed up on what was when. But this storm that affected New Orleans East started to wrap up over Metairie.
All right, so we've got some video of Madisonville, and Rob Messon showed the video of the workers who were inside the house that shot the video in Gust Island. This is west of Madisonville. And look here, what's striking about this, again, this is a pretty good-sized storm. Obviously, they're shooting through a storm shaft.
Very large.
And then what was striking to me about that, David, is when we looked at video that we got earlier today that had actually been taken moments later, when the same tornado was bearing down on Madisonville. It's a tiny little, finger coming out of a cloud. There it is.
Yes.
It wasn't video, it was stills, as it was unraveling.
Right, and we call that roping out. That's what the tornado, when it's winding down, when the circulation is weakening, it just sort of turns in a little rope and fizzles.
And Madisonville's not the biggest town, but a significantly more populated area. Had that tornado just been together another 5 minutes later, it seems, it could have caused all kinds of trouble.
10 minutes later, it would have been striking right through the Covington-Mandeville corridor.
Much more densely populated
we
areas.
really dodged one on the North Shore with this one. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it was a miracle. It just literally fell apart as it got to the populated areas. We were registering on Viper winds well in excess of 100 miles per hour with that storm as it approached Madisonville, and for whatever reason, that just, the storm decided that was enough. It had been on the ground for a long time.
My sister-in-law was in Covington, and she's texting me what's going on. She was out and about in some store, and she said everybody went into a back safe room because it just seemed so scary.
Well, and that was really good. We were encouraging all the kids to take their tornado precautions in the schools there because, like I said, we were 10 or 15 minutes away from really a major disaster on the North Shore, which would have been very similar to what we're experiencing in New Orleans East.
And in New Orleans East, I don't know if anybody caught this, but Joe Brown Center, I think, is right off of Reed. Joe Brown Park is going to be opening about 3 o'clock this afternoon because there's so many structures impacted in that 2-mile area of New Orleans East. So if anybody needs a place to go, that is available, will be available in the next 20 minutes or so.
5,000. We don't necessarily know of damage. We're not saying that, but there were 5,000 structures in what the mayor called the zone of impact. Ryan Nakan has been out in New Orleans East, and here's what he found.
We're on Flake Avenue in New Orleans East, just showing the damage from the tornado that came through this area. And here is the car underneath the tree that snapped in this neighborhood when the tornado came through. A woman said she was inside of the car. She felt the wind coming, so she didn't want to get out of her car. And then that's when the tree came down on top of her car. Some neighbors helped her get out of that car a little bit later after the storm blew through. Now we're joined with a resident here on Flake Avenue, Mr. Edward Nelson, and you were here when it came through. What was that like?
Well, it was just like a freight train coming through, and that's what I heard. Now, all I did was took my wife and stepped in the bathroom, Now, when it passed over, I came on out, and this is what we find, where we find all the debris, and the roof blew off, and signs that's come from Chef Highway down here in our neighborhood, in my backyard.
How far away is the store that owns this sign right here that's now in the backyard?
I'll say about 10 miles.
Like a quarter of a mile? I think it's right on Chef Highway.
It's about a mile and a half. That's where it came from. Now, that's only half of the sign. The other half is in my yard on the other side. If you walk through the yard, you can see it. It's from like the shoe store that's on the side of east side. It's a shoe store, and the shoe store sign is over there in my yard.
What was it like being in that bathtub with your wife as it's coming through?
Well, it's just like being in the bathtub with my wife. Just got to hold on. All I can say is I thank God that we just passed it over. It just went on over us. We lost a few houses in the neighborhood, but still in all, we was blessed that we wasn't taught. Just a little damage. That's all I can say. It wasn't nothing too much. But I tell you what, some people got hurt. But as far as us, we was blessed. We was all fine.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I appreciate it. Thank you for talking with me. No problem. But again, we'll just show you the damage that we kind of showed you a little bit earlier. This house had collapsed on itself when the storm came through. Fortunately, the woman who owns the house was not in the house at the time when it collapsed, and we're told that no one was in the house when it collapsed. But you can kind of see there is some sort of vehicle underneath all that debris. The National Guard and New Orleans police were coming through the area, kind of combing through things, making sure that everyone was okay, no one was injured, and no one was in that house. But again, fortunately, we can tell you that no one was in that house when it collapsed over here on Flake Avenue. But for now, that's the very latest. We're going to turn it back to you in studio.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it. In a New Orleans East neighborhood right now, this is a live video from a helicopter that is touring. We believe this is the New Orleans East area. Governor John Bel Edwards on his way to New Orleans East to speak at a news conference in a little less than 20 minutes from now. And he is touring the area and surveying a lot of the damage. We saw him passing over Old Gentilly Road, which thankfully is not a populated area. There are a lot of businesses, salvage yards, and here it looks like he's more in a residential area at this point.
Right, and so bear with us. We reminded this is, in fact, it looks like they may be close to landing. So this is live video coming from a pool photographer who is traveling with the governor. There we're seeing what the photographer is seeing as he, as the governor now lands in this National Guard helicopter, touring the damage, and then holds a briefing in just a little while. Mayor Landrieu a short while ago called this a violent storm event. What he said was a 2-mile swath of damage in the Chef Mento area. First responders from the New Orleans Police Department, police, fire, EMS, are on the ground. They have just about wrapped up what they called their first outreach, their first check of people. They were going to do a second round of checking on people. At the moment, we have reports of 24 people roughly being hurt, about a half dozen, somewhere, but as the mayor described it, somewhere between 4 and 6 more serious injuries. Joe Brown Center has been set up as a shelter for those people who do not have a place to go tonight. There are 5,000 structures, as we mentioned, in what the mayor describes as the zone of impact, and at the moment, in Orleans Parish alone, 10,000 structures without electricity.
Yeah, and there are state, local, and federal partners going door to door in that zone, as you mentioned. So all of those folks are in touch right now. The mayor also mentioned that the White House is aware of the situation and the very latest right now. And we saw that it looks like the governor just landed in New Orleans East, and in about 15 minutes from now, we'll have a live news conference we'll take from him.
Let's also just tell everybody right now, if you're just tuning in, the severe weather threat is over. We have one warning that's showing up on Viper right now. We have one severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for eastern Hancock County. That severe storm is moving east-southeast to Gulfport. Again, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Otherwise, all the rain has cleared southeast Louisiana and southwest Mississippi. The severe weather threat is over. We are done with the storms.
That is good to know. So right now we're following the cleanup and the aftermath. Let's go to Nancy Parker, who's got more from New Orleans East.
You can see the destruction, how this house is totally sheared off to the fact that it's leaning. And the homeowner says she doesn't know right now where she's going to go. She was at work when she found out that her home was pretty much destroyed. And this house that you're looking at here that's leveled, neighbors tell me that this house was actually under renovation. The homeowners were repairing the inside of the house, and now they're left with this. This whole street, Bundy Road, is just really a disaster. From here on down, you have dozens of homes that are destroyed, or if not destroyed, really badly damaged. You see power lines lying in the street and in the neutral ground here, which is very dangerous. And fire officials told me that they had to actually shut off the gas to a lot of these houses. When we first came here, the smell of gas was permeating the air because it was so thick. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I've lived through earthquakes. I've lived through Betsy and Katrina. It wasn't like this. It wasn't like this. I was sitting at work, and a voice just told me go home. I didn't know what was going on, and something told me go home, and I cranked up my car and headed this way.
And it seems like people are just in shock, you know, when you see that damage. You can't really tell what's what when you get there on the ground, but the Bundy Road area of New Orleans East, residential, a lot of damage. And you're taking a live look right now at Governor John Bel Edwards. He is meeting with some of the officials of New Orleans, Mayor Mitch Landrieu, and we're going to be hearing from him any minute now.
You know, Bruce, there was a very good point that gentleman made at the end. He had lived through Betsy, and you stop and you say, you know, Betsy and Katrina were obviously much more serious events, but they were huge swaths of land.
Right.
Yeah, David and you folks pointed out in the hurricane special last year, even in Betsy, we did not get Category 3 winds.
Exactly.
In the city of New Orleans itself, it was a Category 3 storm. So for a lot of people today, maybe in the area of these 5,000 homes, some of those folks experienced the winds of a Category 3 storm for the first time. It was a strong 2 when Katrina came into New Orleans. Obviously a much, much more isolated area of impact, but if you're in the house that's getting hit with 115-mile-an-hour winds, you remember it.
Well, I was going to say, you know, hurricane is a much larger footprint. Tornado, smaller footprint, but again, the punch is just so quick. And the warning is just, you know, thank goodness Doppler radar and, you know, the technology has gotten people to at least be aware where we can show you a storm moving in. We can show you how fast it's moving. We can go in and show you the hail and the winds, but it's a microclimate. And again, you're right, John, it's a very small footprint where, you know, when you get an EF0 with winds of 110, 115, and you look at some of these Betsy, Katrina, you think of the big storms and all the damage. I mean, this is actually, on a micro level, a lot worse than the actual tornadoes could be. You don't get the flooding with it, but the winds just obliterate things, as we've seen.
And what was so unusual, not just the number of storms, but I mean, you know, it's died down now, but I mean, you folks in the Weather Center were on from
9:15, 9:30.
9:15 all the way, and it was a good 1:30 maybe before the last of the warnings, you know, finally expired. This was close to a 4-hour event where there was at least a radar indicated tornado somewhere in South Louisiana.
It was nonstop. I mean, for 5 hours we had warnings north and south shore, and there was one point during the coverage that I looked at the map and we had 2 confirmed tornadoes in the North Shore area, Mandeville, Madisonville, Covington, in the New Orleans area, metropolitan area, and to see 2 tornado warnings with confirmed tornadoes on the ground for 2 of the most populated areas simultaneously, that is just that's just the most rare occurrence.
And by the way, if you're getting dizzy watching the television, this is live pool coverage of the television. The cameraman who obviously, if he were editing this story, would do it quite differently. He's part of a pool operation, feeding this out in a raw form as he was taking the helicopter trip in from Baton Rouge with the governor. Well, so that explains why it gets a little jerky once in a while.
Exactly, and we'll hear from John Bel Edwards soon. But, you know, something that we have to think about is, again, we saw at least what we say possibly 12 tornadoes today. And 5 to 6 may have crossed over I-55, which is amazing. I mean, literally crossing the interstate, that many within a 3-hour span. And again, the magnitude of these storms. Now, we may not have had 12 individual different tornadoes, because remember, some develop and then they lift and then they reform, where the Watson storm that WAFB, our sister station, they reported, that storm was on the ground for maybe almost an hour. So if it regenerates later on at a different, you know, part of the state, then it's technically the same storm, but a different tornado. So there's a lot of investigation to do here. Strength, how many were there, and again, the insurance companies and the damage. That's going to be major.
You know, it's a tornado if it's on the ground. It's a funnel cloud if it's in the air.
If it's not on the ground.
So I mean, are they 2 different tornadoes? If one dissipates, I always assumed, and then later, or if it comes back to life almost
Same
instantly.
Storm. Think about the storm itself. That is the main form of it. Now, depending on if a tornado forms from that storm, you could have one that forms and then breaks up and then forms again. But the same core. That's where we have to watch. And again, today on Viper did a great job where we saw storms that were moving and we started seeing the little notches that we talked about, the little kind of, you know, backwards kind of fishhook. And at times we saw them, at times we didn't, and at times they may have been tornadoes on the ground, and at the times we didn't see it, there may not have been, but that same storm 30 minutes later may have been the same. This is unprecedented video. This video, again, this is just a viewer with a cell phone parallel to the actual tornado. Now, Shelley was mentioning that almost looks like a trailer or a big vehicle or something being pushed in that parking lot, and the power of the wind is just shown there.
And look at the cars that are pulled into that parking lot.
Right.
I mean, they are so lucky they weren't in the path of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. These things, when they touch down quickly. They cause a lot of damage. And again, it's location, location, location. And unprecedented. That's a brave guy. You would think that would be more of a storm chaser type video than just an amateur.
And Bruce, we're getting some information from the folks out at NASA's Michoud assembly facility not far from that area on Chef where that video was. They're saying a tornado impacted their facility in New Orleans. At this time, only minor injuries, thankfully, have been reported. NASA employees and other tenants are being accounted for.
And that is video that someone shot at NASA, by the way. We had gotten a number of inquiries, people calling or messaging, hey, what have you heard about NASA? So that's the latest report. Thankfully, although there are some serious injuries, and we certainly hope everyone makes out okay, thankfully no one killed. And I don't know if it's, Bruce, you can go into the basement if you've got one of a building in Oklahoma, and if the building crashes down on you, sometimes you did everything right, as we've seen in cases. Sometimes it's just you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. In this case, a lot of people, it seems, may very well have just been in the right place at the right time relative to where they were, because there's certainly damage and there certainly was the potential here for loss of life.
Well, I mean, that's a good point. During the coverage, at one point, we were talking about the damage and, the tornadoes touching down, but I thought, and it just came out to say, people are at work today. People are in buildings. People are at businesses. And, many areas got hit.
And it's not 3 o'clock in the morning.
And that's what I'm saying. It's
right before
during,
lunch hour.
It's during your work day. I mean, this was between 9:30 in the morning through about 2 o'clock. And when you think about it, that's prime time.
Well, and look at, I don't know what the situation is with that home on stilts west of Madisonville, but you have to assume the home was occupied. You have to assume that at 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody would be asleep.
Absolutely.
In bed alone, and unless the racket woke them up, and but even there, you wouldn't leave the house.
Yep.
So perhaps it helped that
timing is everything.
It's certainly not a coincidence that sometimes the most serious loss of life happens when these storms happen in the dark hours.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that can be super frightening.
Daylight TV, we were here. Well, we'd be here anyway, but at least daylight. People could scramble around and do what they had to do.
You can kind of see what's going on.
Sure.
Daylight hours. But we had talked about broken gas lines. The chief of police talked about that. They're securing those down power lines. I know we had tried to get in touch with Sabrina Wilson a little while ago in Old Jefferson. She was there with some energy crews. Is that where you guys would like us to go next? I know we're waiting also on the governor here in a few minutes. They say the news conference is going to happen about 3 o'clock in New Orleans East. We know he's touched down and talking with other officials. All right, so Sabrina. All right, we are going to go to Sabrina right now. She's in Old Jefferson with an update on the power outage and power situation.
Energy crews are busy trying to repair a power line that was snapped into by the midday bad weather that passed through this area of Old Jefferson. We're actually located on St. George at Cross Street. The high winds felled trees as well as damaged some awnings at this apartment complex. People in this area say they've been told that they could be without power until early evening, but fortunately no reports of injury despite the damage wrought by the high winds in this area of Old Jefferson. I'm Sabrina Wilson. Back to you.
All right, definitely a lot of power lines down, so be careful if you're out and about in those affected areas. Natasha Robin is with us now from New Orleans East in the area between Chef and Lake Forest.
And that's right. We are actually on a Shellmark Drive here in this neighborhood in New Orleans East, and I want to show you the extent of damage here in this neighborhood. This is just one street in this neighborhood. It's street after street in this area, and the homes look like this. You can see completely destroyed in some cases, rooftops ripped off, belongings from inside of these homes outside on the front yard, tree limbs all over the place. I mean, this neighborhood is really just a mess, and so many of these people coming home today, hearing about the damage in and then coming and seeing it firsthand, just in shock, a lot of these folks. I want to bring in, this is Keenan, he lives here in this neighborhood, and just kind of tell me what you guys are going through right now, and really just the shock and awe of seeing what's happened here.
Well, it's heartbreaking to come home from work, then you couldn't even get in the neighborhood, but to see this, it's like Katrina all over again minus the water. I mean, it's just devastating, it's heartbreaking. We had to rebuild once before, now we have to rebuild our lives again. I mean, you pretty much lost everything once, and now we lost again. So it's very disheartening, it's very hurtful. It's just, how do you prepare for that? Where do you start?
Exactly. And, just to kind of talk about what's going on here, you can see this is a home completely destroyed, bricks all over the place. I mean, this home is gone. Right next door, you can see this is a tree, and this is actually, Keenan, where you live. This is a tree in the front yard. As you were saying, this tree came from the backyard. That's how far this tree, and we know this is a heavy tree here, that came from the backyard to the front.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's how powerful the storm was. I mean, we're just not prepared for it. I mean, tornadoes, that's crazy. I mean, that tree literally traveled about 50 to 60 feet in the air before it landed here. This house here was completely standing up this morning when I left for work this morning, and it's completely gone. The house behind it, the whole second floor is gone, second story is gone. I mean, this is just total devastation, and some people just not equipped to go through this again. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. As you pointed out, this neighborhood in particular went through so much during Hurricane Katrina. You pointed out the house in the back. We can see that's the second story of that home. There was a woman actually up there just a few minutes ago sifting through her belongings just to see what they can save. We saw firefighters coming through this neighborhood a little while ago asking if everyone was okay, checking on folks in this neighborhood. And people are just walking from street to street, documenting the damage on their cell phones. It's just, I think a lot of people in shock. I heard a man earlier say, hey, we can prepare for a hurricane, we evacuate, but for a tornado, this is different. And so I think just, a lot of upset people in this neighborhood. But as you told me earlier, as far as you know, your neighbors, everybody's safe that you know of here in this neighborhood.
As I said, this is a working class neighborhood, so everyone's pretty much a 9 to 5. Nobody's really in the neighborhood afterwards, and everybody in the neighborhood knows each other. So when the phones start ringing, neighbors start calling neighbors, and it's just devastation. I mean, but how do you prepare for a tornado?
Exactly. And you guys are really going to have to pull together to get through this one. And I see a lot of people here doing that right now. Neighbors helping neighbors in some cases down there. People walking, you can see, from one house to the other, asking, "Can I do anything for you?" And that's basically what this community, what this street is all about. According to Keenan, this is what these people do. And so they're going to be out here helping each other throughout the night. There's so much to clean up. Even just to get, I heard somebody say earlier, there are power lines that are still in the street. Entergy, we did see Entergy out here earlier as well, but still the uncertainty of whether those are lines that you shouldn't be around at this point. So but a lot of work and a lot of help needed in this neighborhood in New Orleans East. Natasha Robin, Fox 8 News.
Just heartbreaking to hear that resident and the shock that he's feeling. And he says it's like Katrina all over again without the water.
And New Orleans, he's still recovering from the Katrina, so many parts of it. But the one thing is, with a hurricane, you can prepare for it. With a tornado, it comes in with the force of a very powerful hurricane, but you don't have time to get out. You got to move quickly. And when we see these pictures here, it is just devastating what these folks have to deal with as they head home today.
And he says the one good thing is that it's a working class neighborhood. Most of these people work from 9 to 5. That's their schedule at work. And so a lot of them were not home when this hit, thankfully. So many of them may not even be there yet. You can see some of them trickling through, taking it all in, and probably just unbelievable. It's probably unbelievable for them, and it's going to take a while to rebuild again. But our hearts and prayers definitely go out to these people, and not just this area, but Bundy Road, Flake Street. I mean, the neighborhoods that have been impacted. Look, that was a home. Natasha said it was a 2-story home, and what's left of it, nothing. Total devastation.
What is really amazing from our coverage, which started very early this morning, and it's now 3 o'clock, several hours later, as we watched all of these tornadoes form, some obviously touching down, is that there have been no reports of deaths. Yes, there have been injuries and a lot of property sustaining significant damage. But when you saw the video that we saw earlier that someone bravely captured of that tornado touching down and how powerful it was to toss things like toys that are the equivalent of the size of a huge truck, it gives you an indication of how lucky people must be feeling today that they were able to at least survive this. Traumatized, but to survive.
I mean, in Madisonville, a home lifted off its foundation, according to Rob Masson, and just sent back down, leaning, barely standing up. And you can obviously see this was someone's bedroom. You can see the headboard, a nightside table. So this is what they will be coming home to today. It looks like a car tossed in, all of that. And some people in other neighborhoods are finding things that came from a ways away. I mean, signs from businesses in their backyards.
We heard of survivors who just described, what it was like going through that in a bathtub, or just trying to seek refuge in any place they can, or in some cases, RVs being flipped over, amazingly, once again, surviving. We know Governor Edwards is here on the ground. We are awaiting that news conference with him, the governor declaring a state of emergency, because it's not just New Orleans East that was hit, the Baton Rouge area and other parishes of South Louisiana. So much devastation today across southeast Louisiana. He's on the ground there, hopefully declaring a state of emergency. It usually triggers a process so that the state can move in quickly to start taking steps to help people and to trigger the money flow that will be needed to help so many people that are dealing with all of this damage here today. But amazingly, once again, at least at half a dozen people injured. What was the last figure we had?
It's 24 confirmed injuries, according to Jeff Elder, the EMS emergency management official. 24 confirmed injuries, but Liz, 6 of those moderate to severe injuries. And all these people are going to need a place to go when they get home, because they can't go into their homes tonight. And we understand that Joe Brown Center on Reed Boulevard in the area of Joe Brown Park has opened. They said it was supposed to open at 3, so should be open at this point. So if people need a place to go, that is a shelter we're hearing of right now. The governor expected to speak any moment now, and Ryan Nakan is actually live in the area, kind of the command post that they've set up for city, state, and federal officials at this point.
Yeah, Shelley and Liz, we're right here at near the intersection of Lonely Oaks and Chef Mento Highway, and this is where the governor is going to speak in just a little bit. We were told he was going to come at 3 o'clock, but it looks like he's getting some word about how much damage has occurred in New Orleans East. We came down Chef Highway further to the east, and what we can tell you is that there's a massive amount of damage, dozens of homes and businesses with the roofs just ripped off. We actually saw a convenience store with the roof ripped off. The owner says he was inside. It felt like the tornado was trying to pull him out of his store. He thought that was it, but luckily he was not injured, and the people inside of that store were not injured. But as far as we can see, from Lonely Oaks down Chef Highway is a massive amount of damages that we've seen in this area. And metal utility poles have just been bent over, and the wooden utility poles have just been snapped in half all along Chef Highway here in New Orleans East. We'll keep you updated. The governor, as we said before, we saw the helicopters come down. We think that was the governor. We believe that he's getting some word right now on the amount of damage in the area. When he comes here, we'll bring that live to you right here on Fox 8. But for now, that is the very latest live in New Orleans East. Ryan Nakan, Fox 8 News.
All right, Ryan. Thanks so much. The mayor calling this a serious tornado with a violent touchdown. The area that they're calling the impact zone, about 2 miles wide. Overall, 10,000 structures without power is what they're estimating, about 5,000 structures in the zone of impact. And we've shown you video and some live coverage. Bundy Road, Flake Street, where Natasha Robin was, Shallworth or Shallmark Drive, where people will not be able to go to their homes this evening.
We also saw earlier with Meg Gatto giving you a heads up. It's 3:07 now, but people will be heading home as we get closer to rush hour. Be mindful of exits and as you're heading into New Orleans East, and also to make that situation even more of a congested area. You've got the governor in town. These are live pictures right now. He has landed. He is with the mayor, and he's taking a tour of the neighborhoods that got hit very hard today when that huge tornado hit down there in New Orleans East, causing a lot of damage as it moved with its destructive path across many neighborhoods there. NASA, the Michoud facility out there, we also saw pictures that far out as well. But mostly it's the people who are coming home right now that the governor is going to get a really good look at to give him some sort of indication as to the extent of help that will be needed on the ground as soon as possible, especially for people now left homeless.
And you mentioned getting to their homes, Liz, and NOPD Chief Michael Harrison, the superintendent, was saying that I-10 is open, but every off-ramp just about in New Orleans East is blocked. So you're not going to, at this point, now things may change, but at this point, those on-ramps, off-ramps, off-ramps into New Orleans East are blocked or closed. It's a dangerous situation, they called it, because you've got so many power lines down. You've got pieces of buildings just strewn across the area, and you've got broken gas lines. And so all of these emergency crews are concentrated in this area trying to get things cleaned up in a way. And first, they're just checking the properties. They had done one search in the impact zone, and then they were supposed to be going back for a secondary search with their tactical teams to make sure. And usually they go in, you know, with dogs or whatever to try to look for people, because you never know. Somebody could be pinned down somewhere and you can't hear them. Maybe they can't talk or scream for help. So
yep, a lot of senior citizens that may live on their own that may not have been able to get out in time. So hopefully that is not the case. So far, no word of any deaths, and we hope it stays that way. But as we watch these pictures now of people going through what's left of their belongings, let's go to Bruce Katz now to see if he can give us some good news on whether the worst of this is over, Bruce.
Well, fortunately, now all the watches have been dropped. A tornado watch for all of southeast Louisiana. Everything shifting eastward now. It is in effect basically from, say, Ocean Springs over toward Mobile. That will be through 5 o'clock. But the weather is slowly but surely moving out. Now, here's what we're looking at on the storm reports. Now, remember, these are actual confirmed tornadoes and hail damage. We may have more as the investigation goes on and the National Weather Service goes out and does their big swath report. Now, as we take a look, we had Donaldsonville. We also had areas on the North Shore from Mandeville and Madisonville, and also in the city. So as we go through these, first of all, near Donaldsonville at about 11:14, confirmed tornado near the Sunshine Bridge. We had a little damage to the bridge and a couple of injuries there. Then we move up toward Killian. They have 2 possible tornadoes in that same area. We have reports from the EOC saying that there was definite confirmed tornadoes on the ground at Killian between 10:15 and 10:45. Then we move on into southern Tangipahoa Parish. Ponchatoula at about 10:45, a confirmed tornado there. And then as we look at the big New Orleans East storm, all the coverage you've been seeing now and all the damage on Fox 8 occurring approximately between 11:30 and about noon. So once again, these reports are preliminary reports. However, these are the actual confirmed tornadoes with the damage that we've seen on the ground, but this more than likely will be updated. Outside right now, still lots of clouds out there, but the good news, all of the rain is gone. And speaking of that, let's put Viper radar to work. As we see Slidell westward, it is dry finally. Gulfport heading eastward to Mobile. We're seeing a huge swath. Look at this. From Gulfport all the way to east of Panama City, we have about 175 miles in a line of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. So again, this is that big swath of the heavy storms that moved through parts of the North and South Shore. Now they're along the Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast. And you're asking, where did all this stuff come from? Because yesterday we weren't talking too much about the potential of all the strong storms. However, as we take a look now, we can see exactly what happened. You'll notice we had a big dip in the jet, and what happened was we had a big low pressure system in the mid to upper levels wind up. But the problem is the models yesterday were indicating it would be a bit farther north and east of us, where Now we see it's right over us, basically from the North Shore heading into central Mississippi. So this feature was much farther south, and I'll tell you, it really wrapped up right over southeast Louisiana and certainly caused all the damage. So the Storm Prediction Center was indicating that we would be under just a very marginal risk, but in actuality, we were on the high to enhanced risk. And again, they pretty much updated that this morning. Satellite radar composite, all the storms moving away. Boy, looks much better around here for all the cleanup efforts that will be going on. As you can see, we are drying out. We still see some clouds around the area, but by far the strongest of storms and the severe weather threat is absolutely over now. So if you were one of the ones that did not have any damage or no major issues, it is safe now to get out and about. You can run the errands, pick up the kids from school. It will not be an issue. However, we want to remind you that areas that were hit hard, we have numerous road closures as well as emergency vehicles as well as Entergy in the areas that were damaged. They're trying to get things back to some sense of normalcy for the cleanup efforts and also to tend to the people that may need help. So stay out of those areas. Elsewhere, no issues at all. Parts of the North Shore and South Shore that did not get the tornado damage, it is certainly safe for you to get out and about. So as we take a look, 4 o'clock, indicated in the next couple of hours, all the rain even gone from the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It begins to move away. And then finally, by tomorrow, we see a cool front moving in. And behind that cool front, we will see things much drier and much cooler and much nicer. And unfortunately, normally we like to enjoy some good looking weather. But the problem is that we're going to have good weather for all the cleanup efforts that will be going on. So again, it looks like it's going to be mostly dry coming in all the way through the end of the work week into Friday as well. And of course, a lot of people will need that help. So it looks like we're all going to have to kind of come together and get things going. So again, the rain potential, notice it really wasn't a whole lot out there. It was more the winds that brought in all the rainfall. And as we take a look outside right now, here are the temperatures, mid 70s. Now we're seeing a little sunshine. Check this out, Baton Rouge popping up to 80. So we do see some better weather beginning to move in throughout the area. So things looks like they will be warming up, but along with that, we will be seeing some gusty winds. Look at this, the lakefront now, southwest at 30 and the airport at about 21. So Liz and Shelley, the good news, the watches all gone now, but the cleanup efforts, they begin. Back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Bruce. Just very heartbreaking what we're seeing here. You're taking a live look right now. These are pictures that we have. This is Mayor Landrieu and Governor Edwards are on the ground in hard-hit New Orleans East after this morning's massive tornado touched down, and he's getting a really good idea of the damage left behind.
Yeah, first, Liz, he took a helicopter tour of the area, and then he was on the back of a National Guard type vehicle, and it looks like they are on Chef Mento Highway now. Meeting some of the residents, some of the business owners, and assessing the damage. Obviously, this area shut down to traffic. You can see just the sheer damage of buildings just ripped apart, and pieces of these buildings, signage, power poles just strewn around. And here they are talking with some of probably the people who were in that area as all of this was unfolding.
And we've heard from so many survivors this morning what a traumatizing experience that must have been. And so many of them thankful they're alive, but now left with so much to clean up, reminiscent of Hurricane Katrina. And it makes it even sadder because we know New Orleans East is a part of the metro area that is still recovering, still rebuilding from Katrina. And now this, as you see there, the governor, I see NOPD Superintendent Michael Harrison behind him, Mayor Landrieu there, talking to some of those people that were there when this destructive storm hit.
The governor has declared a state of emergency. Mayor Landrieu said they are in touch with the White House, so we're going to keep an eye on this situation. And as soon as the governor speaks live at his news conference, or waiting to hear from him, we'll take you there. But right now, we want to take you to a neighborhood extremely hard hit, where Natasha Robin has been. It's a Shallmark Drive in New Orleans East, where people, Liz, are coming home to see the damage firsthand.
And that's right, we are on Shallmark Drive. That's actually between Chef and Lake Forest Boulevard. And I'm going to step out of the way just to kind of show you the damage in this neighborhood. Homes destroyed, tree limbs, huge trees basically just ripped from the ground all over this neighborhood, and debris everywhere. Just devastating for the people who live here, and a lot of folks, from what I'm hearing, thank goodness they were not home when this actually happened. A lot of folks in this neighborhood work. They were away from their homes this morning when what looks like a tornado came through. Obviously a tornado came through here and really destroyed a lot of the homes. I'm going to bring in actually a homeowner right now who you live right here, ma'am. Just kind of tell me, what is the state of mind for you guys? And you've been sifting through your belongings for quite some time. We've been watching you here.
Yeah, I guess I can say I'm still kind of in shock. I keep trying to tell myself it's just a house and we'll rebuild and we will. And our lives are here. We're safe, and I am happy for that. I don't know. I'm a loss for words.
Well, you were not. Were you here when this happened?
No, I wasn't at home, but I was right down the street at my job at Resurrection of Our Lord, and luckily all the babies were okay there, and that's all I just keep thinking about. Everyone was safe. Everyone was safe. It could have been worse.
What was it like when the weather got really bad? And did you hear the tornado, or were you that close, or what was it like for you guys at that time?
Yes, we could hear it at school, and we can even feel the air coming from underneath the door. We were all in the hallways with the children, and it didn't sound as bad as what it did end up being. Thank God we didn't know it at the time.
So you came home, though, to see this. Your neighbor's house destroyed. They got home just a little while ago, and they've been in tears, and they have so much loss, going through things. And you went over there to speak with her. Can you tell us anything and basically what they're doing right now?
I think everyone is still in awe. We just don't realize yet what actually has happened to us. Luckily they were not home. Thank God they were not home. And I'm glad everyone so far that I've heard around in the neighborhood is safe.
Long road ahead for the folks here in New Orleans East, in this neighborhood. So many homes destroyed, and you can see actually across the way there's another home. We showed this a little while ago, but you can see the woman is up there. She just kind of walked over to the side. That's the second story of a house on the next street that we can actually see into, and a woman who is up there on the second floor trying to save what she can from that home. We did drive through this neighborhood one street after another, and I have to tell you, they all kind of look like this street. This was probably the worst damage we saw, was right here, but each street has damage like you're seeing on the next street with that house, and so it's almost like a line of damage, right? They cut through right through this neighborhood on Shallmark Drive, and the people here still have a long way to recover. They're talking about tonight how they're going to make it through the night. Firefighters came down the street just a little while ago and asking if everyone was okay, if anybody needed anything, but as you just heard the lady say, a lot of people just in awe. I see a lot of people with their cell phones. They're trying to document the damage. I'm hearing Hurricane Katrina all over again because these folks are having to basically start over yet again in this neighborhood, and it's been some years, but still in all, of course, in their memory, they know what it's like. They know what they've been through, and they do not want to have to go through it again. So a lot of disappointment, sadness in this neighborhood. Thankfully, on this block, the folks are telling me that as far as they know, all of their neighbors are safe at this point, but still a long way to recover. In New Orleans East, Natasha Robin, Fox 8 News.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Natasha. And it's just heartbreaking, just listening to that woman, the emotion in her voice. She's very thankful, but she looks and, how do I rebuild? I know I will rebuild, but it's just, we went through this a couple of years ago,
You can't imagine the pain because we all went through Katrina, and we know that New Orleans East was hit hard, and at least the structures were there. Even though the water seemed awful, the homes were gutted. In this case, some people don't really have much left to try to salvage. And you could see a dresser in the second floor of a home on the next street. And that's if you look at the right corner, just to the right of that power pole, that's somebody's dresser, and it looks like maybe a TV on top of that.
Right.
So some things just untouched, and then other areas just total devastation. Because you've got two houses on either side of that one house in the middle.
And we hear that so often, that a tornado hits one neighborhood and the path that it cuts, you would have one side untouched and another
Right.
side just destroyed. And but nonetheless, everyone feels if your neighbor across the street is got a home like this at this hour, how can you not feel for them? And it's a community, and everyone is in that same boat. You got thousands of people as well without power, according to Entergy. At the height of it, it was at least 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 power outages, and you could see one woman who is going through that home right now. You got to be so careful when you get home. You know the feeling. You want to get in there and you want to try to salvage what you can, but you got to be so careful.